6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
than a man. He's a shiny golden god.
There we go. For some reason, the mic decided not to be part of it. What gives? Who's what gives? Who is this person? Welcome, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Roadmap Day. Fingers crossed we hear about Genesis. I have a feeling they're not even going to put it on the roadmap, even if it is coming in 4.11. They're just going to kind of hold it off for now. But I'm hoping we'll see it there. Along with Starware, that would be so good. So good. But we'll see. Anyway, 07. And welcome. Happy Wednesday. Yes, it is another heat wave. Today is going to be 26, I think. It doesn't feel too bad in here. It is 26 in here. Tomorrow's going to be 32 though, so that's not going to be fun at all. Sandman, Sketo, Summer, Official, Fishhead, AT, Valeric, 07, and welcome. Happy Wednesday to you guys at YouTube, on YouTube. Over on Twitch we have Zol, Sandman, Deacon, Silent Blob, Jones, Joshua, Mighty Steed, Craigie, thank you for the 56 months. Beers and Paddy, please. Thank you, sir. Dendra, Stern, Trino, Zol, Sizen, Rancid Ass, your brother, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Beers and Paddy, please. Nalib, welcome. Craigie, City Gamer, Peanut, Lance, Bear Normal, Dartlid with the 7 months. Thank you for the 7 months, Beers and Party. Ehawk with the 12 months. Thank you, Beers and Party there again. Greater, Spunky Chicken, G Sharp. Craigie, Mad Seeker, Castellian, Azarinth. Whew, I think we're there. Oh, Sevid. Oh, 7. And Warblade. I think we've got everyone. Have we got everyone? I think we do. Yeah, Starware would be cool, provided it has suit lockers. It feels like it's the perfect opportunity to bring all three, really. You know, Genesis with all the planets, and then suit lockers where we're going to need them for the toxic planets and biomes that might need, you know, different styles of clothing. And then, of course, Starware and so forth, just to kind of make it make sense. What gives is going to get a lot of use from you? Where's that come from? What? I've never heard of that. It's not an emote. Is it supposed to be an emo? Alpha dude, welcome. Is it back from 317? 317 was never a problem. I think are you referring to 318? No, I don't see it. I just see you saying what gives. I'm not sure what's going on. Why don't I see that one? I see everything else. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, 4.8 was never as bad as 3.18. Whatever has happened is not as bad as 3.18, but it's certainly, for a lot of people, up there. But we're going to be jumping into 4.10 today on the PTU and running through the latest patch notes as well, because although when it goes live, it is a whole nother thing. So whatever it feels like in the PTU, you know, bug fixes staying fixed, fingers crossed, going into the live build, performance, stability, desync, all that kind of stuff getting fixed, going into the live build. I really hope it sticks, but it's never a guarantee. But 4.10, looking at all the patches they're rolling out, it is bringing an S-ton of fixes and optimizations and so forth. So I really hope that it is as they said it would be, you know, like the idea of getting rid of all those problems, you know, this new initiative, basically. I'm really hoping that it is onwards and upwards, and we're not going to have another moment like that, where, you know, something comes out and it was just completely ripping the ground from under us again. It's, it would be great if, from at some point onwards, things just get better. Now, I'm not expecting things to not have problems, of course. This is an alpha. There's still foundational tech to come in, so certain patches, certain releases are gonna be bad. But it's if they can get on top of the crap that we've been dealing with for years, and the main contributors that have been a big problem for years, then that would be a big win, right? Yo, 14 Ape, how you doing? Yes, drops are still on, I believe, until today, is it? Yeah, dream big for 4.11, absolutely. Yeah, I have my 7TV extension. I don't... Oh, where is that, actually? I'm pretty sure I have it on. I'm not seeing it anywhere. Is it better Twitch TV, that? I'm not seeing any tick-ups that need to be ticked up. So I'm not entirely sure. Show unlisted emotes. Okay. Where would that be? It's not just in settings, is it? I don't see the 7TV... Oh, the 7TV icon. So, the little double gear. Is that at the bottom of... Bottom right-hand corner? I don't see the double little gear. I have updated to Windows 11, so that could explain why. That could certainly have caused problems. The double gear? I don't even see the double gear, though. I mean, at the bottom of the chat. Yo, Dynaxel, how you doing? Welcome. Lance, welcome. Are you still waiting, AT? Jeez, I would send in another ping or something. You doing some PIMAX time yet? I've got to use mine so much more. I just haven't had time. OD7, how you doing? Welcome. But where is it? It's in your chat window settings. Yeah, it's a little cog at the bottom. I've got one cog at the bottom. The single cog. I'm not seeing anything for 7TV though. Cog. Yeah, I'm really not seeing it anyway. Then the double cog. I'm not seeing a double cog. Oh, we'll have to look into that another time. Oh, I've got Better Twitch TV. Yeah. Better Twitch TV settings. Oh, hang on. It's asking me to sign in. I don't know if it will. Let's try and do that. Don't know. I can see some benefits in having two. So, I'm on Better Twitch TV now. Unlisted. What did you say? Unlisted was the one I need to tick up. Enables unlisted emotes from a third party. Yeah, okay. Enable anyway. I didn't read it. Okay, there we go. Try it now. What gives? Unless I need to refresh the page, maybe. Oh, no, I see it now. Oh, it's me, you bastards. I didn't even realise that was me. Stupid tent. I had no idea what was going on there. I thought it was some new fad that's going around, like, what gives? Thanks for that. Deacon, that's where that started, I know that much. Gave a dude step-by-step instructions on how to remote into his new PC so he can move his profile. Why, where is he? Are you sure it was his PC that he was remoting into? Penguin, welcome. Some tickets sit for years. Oh, AT, hopefully that's not you, mate. He made you do it, yeah, that sounds about right. I'm sure your arm was heavily twisted. Anyway, we've got that solved. What's going on here? Since when do they do... I didn't even notice they've done that before. Is that new? Doing end screens? Oh no, they have done. They've done it for years, haven't they? Why does that seem so different, though? Weird. Anyway, latest video that I just put out, El Mike, welcome, is to do with the latest 4.10 patches that are now on the PTU. There is no word from CIG about 4.10 going live today. Today was the earliest I thought we would see it, with it being kind of like 2 weeks after. Well, no, it's like halfway through August, isn't it? Halfway through the patch, we seem to see these patches release. But I guess 4.10 is a different type of patch. Not necessarily the number, but this patch that we're getting was not really intended to release. It was supposed to be 4.9.1.2, you know, with content. They pulled the plug on that, I guess, and was like, right, we're pushing a lot of this stuff back to 4.10. We're gonna fix what we can, optimize what we can with this new initiative. Whether we see a 4.10.1 sometime, you know, start of September or whatever, because end of September is 4.11, which we will hear about tonight. Yeah, this patch was never really meant to be. They were just going to carry on as they were going. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with this build. It could be end of the week, it could be next week, or it could be end of August, or they could push it through till September. See, I mean, I don't think so. I don't think Siege is going to get delayed. I've not tried it since these new optimizations and desyncs fixes have come in, but it sounds like it's getting a lot better. So if that is the case, I think we might be all right. I don't even know if we'll see a 4.10.1. We could, with the content that they were planning to bring for 4.9.1, with the intention that Siege was already going to be in 4.9. Yeah, I mean, Reco, again, is another one where, looking at the potential fixes, welcome, by the way, Flood, it's looking like they've got the majority of the issues that were sort of holding it up. But that's not to say that there aren't many other issues that can hold it off. Could be a week, could be a month, could be another 14 years. So, yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens, whether or not we see anything tonight about it. It wasn't on This Week in Star Citizen. So, yeah, I'm not sure. But there was maintenance yesterday, wasn't it? For something. What was that for? So, I'm hoping we'll still see it sometime this week, but the longer it stays in PTU, the more fixes. And they may just be keeping it in PTU for as long as they need to really just push fix after fix after fix. We're also seeing something that, something that we don't often see is a number of server and client performance optimization fixes, stability fixes, and so forth. We'll kind of briefly run through what has been said, what has been written in the patch notes. So I'm very hopeful that we are going to see things just become better and better. I really am. But we'll see. We don't know, David, how you doing? We have no idea, my friend. You've got to check to see if Mission 2 is... It says it is. Well, it says that one of the fixes... Yeah, I mean, you've read the patch notes. The whole sort of hard drive thing is said to be fixed, but whether it does actually transition properly to Mission 3, I don't know. Who is Orby? How you doing? Exactly. It's... Depending on your outlook in life, it's either a win-win or a lose-lose. They hold on to it on the PTU for longer. It can get more fixes and optimizations, or they release it and we get to play it. Or if you're more of a negative Nelly, you can be like, well, I want it now. I wish they'd release it. When it releases, it's probably going to be broken anyway. Binks, how you doing? Practicing witchcraft in a Big Ten now. That's a whole nother series. Oh, thank you, Flood. Are you going to check it now? Appreciate that, mate. Haven't touched Star Citizen since 4.8. I was on the bad side of the bug coin. I mean, 4.9, I would say, got a little better, but still had a lot of problems from 4.8 as well. 4.10 is looking like it's trying to fix a good chunk of things. Again, we'll run through the patch notes and pick up on the bigger ones. From what I understand, APOC was saying that hauling is now working. I'm sure that doesn't mean everything in hauling is working, but being able to do that again, that whole loop, it should be back on. What we'll be doing in the PTU today is testing all the sort of entry-level missions while checking performance to just see what happens. Not Reco stuff. We're going to be in Stanton. Yo, Zape. How you doing? Is it a bit loud? It feels a bit loud in my ears. It's coming in my ears too loud. Yeah, good morning, David. You just had a message from a mate who works in the US team, said next week possible, but as in for Star Citizen. I mean, that's the thing. Even if you've got contact, your contact within CIG, it's best guess. There's probably no official known release date at this time. It's more just let's see what we can get fixed and keep going. If it's this week, next week, in a couple of weeks, we'll have to just wait and see. But at the end of the day, Star Citizen needs a lot of stuff fixing. And reading these patch notes, they are filling me with hope. Whether or not they actually transpire to be fixed or, fixed till the next patch or whatever, I don't know. But it's filling me with hope seeing a lot of these big ticket bugs getting potential fixes, but also just these optimizations and things. That, to me, is one of the biggest importances, is just improving what we have in terms of, playability, stability, that kind of stuff. Yo, Zomboy. Yeah, I mean, patch, the thing is, I'm very much a mixed balance, like a balance of what's going on. I I don't want production to just stop to fix what we have, because the minute they start rolling out new patches, especially while the core tech isn't there, they start rolling out more patches, it's just going to break again. Not necessarily as deep as it used to if they've fixed, you know, what we have, but we're still gonna run into bugs. So I think the best way is just to find a balance where they can spend a lot of time getting to the root cause. I think that was an important step that they said they're going to take, instead of just, you know, slapping patches on it, band-aids on it. Get into the root cause of whatever it is that's causing that problem, some of which can't really be done until refactors of certain systems are in anyway, while optimizing, but keep production going. Yes, it will slow. It'll slow production, but I don't want it to just completely cease. I'm here for 1.0. I'm not here for the alpha. I will play it if it's good. But none of it really means anything right now because there's no permanence. So get to 1.0. Not saying get to 1.0 and then fix. That's not what I'm saying by any means. 4.9 was worse for you than 4.8. So crazy. I guess it's just a mixed bag for each person. Yo, Zero, how you doing? Yes, I mean, they never promise anymore. Well, they never promised in the first place, but yeah, they very much don't give dates, do they? Yeah, new ship will bring it. When was the last time you played Siege, Zomboid? With the hauling missions and freight elevator turn-ins broken right now, I have little incentive. Do you mean in live? Yeah, it sounds like they might be fixed for 4.10. That's something we're going to test. See, not that we can test it thoroughly, because you can get through a lot of hauling contracts and then, you know, suddenly one hits you and it's broken. Radium, how you doing? 07, Philip, welcome. Do you know how many official CIG employee testers they have? What, QA? No, not a clue. I'm not sure what their, you know, number of QA backers, QA people are at all. I'm afraid. There is an underlying code issue that is causing the bugs that is why so many patches are dropping. Eh? What do you mean? Yeah, well, fingers crossed PTU has fixed the hauling stuff. Oh, I don't know about it getting slashed. Did it? You've got your Banu lockbox. But you didn't have it in game, not claimable. What, in live? Oh, I don't know. When was the last time you played Zomboy? Of course, there's been fixes coming in with the most recent builds. Yo, Von Arter, welcome. What's going on with Ollie? He works for CIG. What's his role now? Is it content manager, or is that what Jared is? Or is he taken over from Jared? I can't remember. Nexus, welcome. So it was last night you played, and you're still running into those issues. Damn it. Yes, we've had... Well, has it been 4 updates in the last... Let me just get my... Let's just get some notes up. So the most recent builds, I have just put out 2 videos. One on Monday, one today. So, what are we seeing? There's been quite a few, like, optimizations and things, like I say, which is so important. The first one we saw was... Oh, performance updates. Like, this was the 6th. Obviously, we're now, like, 6 days ahead of that. This was on the 6th. Yo, Dukester, how you doing? Where they brought in some performance updates for the Fire Hazard VFX, optimized it to reduce the CPU overhead. They also, off-screen particle emitters that were spawned as on-screen emitters now correctly expire and are deleted, preventing accumulation of invisible particles that were causing performance degradation over time. So, getting hold of that is good, because we don't even know that's happening. We're just seeing the performance deplete. So that was a few days ago. They also did a performance update for visual effects texture streaming, which now works correctly, preventing 20 millisecond frame stalls caused by particle textures loading synchronously rather than streaming. So that's a really, like, the 20 milliseconds as a stall, as much as it's not a lot of time, we're constantly seeing frame stalls. So I'm happy that that is getting worked on, right? Yeah, one, how you doing? Also dedicated. So for the most, no, not the most recent patch, the one on the 10th. Yo, Daylight, April Cat, welcome. I personally have only experienced the cargo issue once over like 50 hours of gameplay on live since the last hotfix. What cargo issue is that specifically? Because there are a few. Gems are still a problem on live. The one time was last night, but server hopped and fixed it. Well, the thing is, like, I suppose cargo issues could be cargo box related themselves. They could be freight elevator related. They could be mission related. There's multiple things out there. But again, I'll run through a few of the bug fixes that are potential bug fixes, right? Bear that in mind, and see what that looks like. Yeah, they're slowly. It feels like Star Citizen is this sculpture, and they're chipping away at it, right? They're chipping away. So, a couple of days ago, client performance update, frame time smoothing. Minimal. Thank you so much for the 19 months, my friend. Beers and party, please. Thank you, sir. Frame time smoothing behavior tightened to reduce delayed frame time recovery after sustained performance spikes. This should result in more responsive and consistent frame pacing. So it kind of means that when you fly towards a city, or there's a lot of stuff going on, or you're flying towards a point of interest, and your frames just drop quite drastically, and they take a while to recover. This is speeding up the process of speeding up to getting back to that frame rate again, or to a higher frame rate. So it's kind of like it says there, frame time smoothing. It's reducing the time it takes to recover. And also for instancing, the dedicated game server manager configuration optimizations and additions to help improve stability during high instance load. And then yesterday, it just says they made several server load balance calculations and performance optimizations. So over the last, this is why I'm kind of like, keep it in PTU. You know, we don't have to rush it out. Let's keep it in PTU, because we're seeing a lot of optimizations come in. And if you've been reading the monthly reports or watching any videos covering it, I assume they cover this in other videos, but they, for the R&D team, I think it is, their main focus is optimizing Star Citizen as a whole. So they've been, chipping away at that over the last however long since, what was the last thing they were working on? I think it was weather. And hopefully we're starting to see the fruits of this labor come in with these optimizations coming along. And I suppose, as much as, Squadron's offline, generally, it's not like an online multiplayer game. I'm sure there are optimizations, a lot of optimizations going on for Squadron that can be shared with Star Citizen. Not everything, especially not server-related stuff, but there will be a lot of like asset optimizations, ship optimizations, that kind of stuff that will hopefully come over as well. There was a headcount by department diagram released at some point recently from LinkedIn data, and QA headcount went down about 12%, and marketing headcount went up by 34%. Right, okay. Johnny, welcome. Cargo not appearing is a big pyro problem. Is that in live? Ransom Racing, thank you for the gift sub to Spunky. In fact, I've not been keeping up with subs. Blimey, thank you for the follow as well. Oh, it still says 34. I don't know, that's not what it's supposed to say. Beers and party, please. 1, 2, I think. Okay. So yeah, it's promising seeing a lot of these optimizations coming in. Whether they have a big impact, any impact at all, I don't know until we get it to live. And this is why, again, the PTU is not the best test case, because Far less people play the PTU. There is less going on. There is less assets lying around. It's not always the best way of telling how it's going to go from when it goes live and then, you know, everyone wants to play. You haven't experienced anything across several different types of hauling, and neither spawning nor turning were an issue. Is this in live then? But this has all been instant, and I guess it could be dependent on the location, like you say. This Pyro's having issues. Deacon, thank you, my friend. 3 months of tier 1. Oh, you're committing peanut there. He ain't getting away now. Thank you, sir. Beers and party, please. In fact, let's get a party bus out there as well. Boop, boop, boop. There we are. My concern about dynamic server meshing, instancing is not true instancing, so we will never see a massive improvement in performance. No, I learned that recently as well, that I was expecting with Siege of Orison, with it being instanced, it would be, you know, running flawlessly on the server side because it's its own instance and it doesn't, you know, doesn't have to be affected by the rest of the PU, which is very naive because, you know, we have hangars anyway. They're running a form of instancing, and that's not, well, to be fair, hangars do have great frame rate. But yeah, it was, they're still suffering from the servers. But that's where dynamic meshing will help. What are your concerns about dynamic meshing? Azaran, thank you for the follow, by the way. It's Rice, good morning. How is Texas? I bet it's quite warm today. Blade Runner, good day. We own you now, boy. Facemaker, happy Wednesday, mate. And Dirty, 07. S15. Nissan? Is that right? No, I think I'm getting confused with something else, maybe. Or am I? I don't know. Currently, aren't they spinning up and down servers? Yes. Yes, dynamic meshing is actually taking some pretty big... Is it actually... Is it are you on a Nissan? Which one? Is it the R32? No. A Nissan Sylvia. That's the one. Very nice. Beautiful car. What year is that then? Yeah, what they're doing is they're working on the actual dynamic part of server meshing. So having servers spin up when it needs to, based on load. Like an event, something happening. Oh, we need more, you know, space. Let's... Oh, no, that was a reminder. I just shut down. Whoops. And then taking them down again when they're not necessary. That is a huge step. I don't know how long it means, you know, until it's getting into our hands. But that's great. Ooh, 2001 and a 1999. Very nice. Albright, how you doing? Welcome. A little humid today, but it's been a nice summer compared to most. Do you know what? As much as it's been stupid hot of late, not of late, but spits and starts around England, where we've had, you know, a few days where it's like high 20s and 30s. Not high 30s, but low 30s. It's been a really nice summertime. Warm, mostly dry, which is a bit of a problem for plants, but, you know, I'm not a plant, so my plants don't like it, though. So, yeah, it's kind of nice. Just discovered something about Amazon servers. Few games use them, and Dark Souls exploits with duping and inventory glitches are the same. So their exploits are the same as what we deal with. StarCitizen needs to fix the tick rate. There's a whole calculator for duplicating items. Oh, flipping it, yeah. Wasn't there something about that recently? Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh yes, the El Nino. Anyway, so some bigger bug fixes that we've seen over the last few patches. Again, these are all potential bug fixes, so they might not have happened, they might not have worked, but fingers crossed they do. What are the big ones we got? Hauling missions generating no cargo at the collection point, preventing mission completion. Now, it doesn't specify which missions or where, like what system, But from what I'm hearing, for some people it's working fine, for others, not at all. Cargo missing from the freight elevator, from the freight manager terminal at hauling pickup locations has a potential fix. Has anyone noticed if the double clicking of equipable items in the inventory is working properly? Because that's been one that's been bugging me for a while. Goofy, can I read the chat? No, mate, I'm afraid not. Sorry. Just don't work. No, I can. How you doing? 07. Star map markers becoming non-interactive after rotating the map and clicking and dragging. So that's, that's 4 very good fixes there, provided they're working, right? I thought all the instances were still just under the shared resource. It might be the case, yeah. It's way beyond my understanding. And it seems to be whenever I get it explained to me, I'm like, it goes. Double-clicking to equip has been working for the most... Okay. In live? What, in 4.9? Oh, for me it's been like, you double-click and it either doesn't register or it clicks multiple things on at the same time. I see they write potential. Yes, because they can't guarantee that it has actually... There's a couple of reasons. One thing is that they don't... It might not have fixed it. There might be another cause of it. And basically it's like the same outcome could be caused by multiple reasons. So they used to write fixed this. And then they started adding potential. Probably because everyone was like, it's not fixed. Do you know what was so wild to me before? Double tapping F on ammo would just add it to your inventory rather than having to manually click store. Which inventory is that? Is that the tactical one or the main sort of 2-side pages? Double tapping F on ammo will just add it to your inventory. Oh, instead of putting it on your... Yes, it throws it. Everything gets thrown into your sort of backpack or top thing, and then you have to add it to your sort of like slots afterwards, don't you? Fishing will be a post 1.0 thing by the looks of things. They've kind of said as much, I'm afraid. I mean, I can understand why, but yeah. It's because I'm new and I really don't have any money and need a starter package. I don't really care which one. So you've come to ask people to buy you a starter package. Is that what you're saying? The server host. No, I can't, I'm afraid. No, I'm also broke. Okay, a server host. There are plenty of other streams that do multiple giveaways, though. I would certainly suggest looking at a stream that has, a giveaway running. I do not at the moment. Ivenic, welcome. You find the tactical inventory. Yeah, it's... The tactical inventory is not super intuitive. And then when you go to the already, the current inventory, it's very, very much like... sort of night and day different to the tactical one. Like, instance, they definitely need to get on it with UI. I mean, for Squadron... They have to have that all finished, right? Both inventory types or whatever inventories they're using. It has to all be finished, which I guess is the priority. We're not going to see that until they are happy with it in Squadron 42. Otherwise, there's no point in messing with it in the PU until they've figured that out for Squadron so it can actually release. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of either inventories. They're all a bit clumpy still. Send everyone on vacation. Let the 2 people work on a single bug. What else have we got? A lot of Siege of Orison fixes, Battaglia fixes. Nothing else on that patch. Foxwell. Oh, that's the intro mission. Aesop. There's been a few Aesop fixes where things are being ships are being displayed in the incorrect state, so you're not really able to claim them again, which is obviously a big deal. Like that, those sorts of Aesop problems are very much top priority stuff. Thankfully, I don't really see them myself, but in any sort of where you cannot get your ship is a game-breaking problem, because you're not going to be able to do anything without your vehicle. I mean, you can, of course you can, but it's not really a playable game if you're unable to get your ship, especially if you're on your own and you're playing or you're new. Prophet, thank you for the follow, welcome. So it is good to see ASOP stuff getting fixed. Commodity cargo and contracted cargo containers should now be tracked for long-term persistence. So that's quite an important one. They had, was it 4.9 when they had cargo added to LTP? Because I'm sure I've seen it somewhere where it said that it had been added to LTP, and I can't remember if it was an early 410 PTU or if it was 4.9, but nothing ever came of it. And we tested it and they weren't persisting. So now, basically, if you find contractor cargo around, or cargo from a player who had bought it to do commodity trading and whatnot, it should, you can take that and either sell it where you can sell it, like no questions asked terminals, or keep it and craft instead of it technically being wiped every time there's a new patch that comes out. So I really hope that's the case, because that's a great way of gathering resources. It also encourages that sort of piracy where you've got to look after yourself or have others look after you. So yeah, really good, that one. Just relog and it works. Well, that's a good one. I mean, again, it's one thing that is an important part of this initiative, which, as we know, is mostly, the focus is fixing the main issues, right? Fixing the main problems. It's also about the first hour of gameplay and how we shouldn't have to just instinctively know workarounds like Alt F4 or relogging, right? A new player shouldn't come in and be like, maybe if I Alt F4, that'll fix it. Like, they're not going to know something like that, right? So it is very game-breaking for people. And sometimes when you read the feedback of, from one person to the next, it is obviously very different. You've got some people that are like, I'm not really seeing any issues. But really, they've been playing that long. All the issues they do actually see are just like, they have workarounds for. And they can instantly be like, look, not a problem. Whereas if you are new, the game's overwhelming enough. So when you're having to think, I wonder if Alt F4 will work. Obviously, that is a big deal. And I'm glad that they are also addressing that kind of first hour of gameplay problems that we run into, and getting to the point where we shouldn't have to think about workaround. It is going to be very strange, though, playing Star Citizen, expecting any number of these issues to happen that we are so used to and just working around to not happen. And you're like, oh, I was expecting to do the workaround there and I didn't have to. Are you off to bed, Zomboy? Sweet dreams, my friend. The fix to so many bugs being to relog. Yes, yeah. It's like Alt F4 seems to work for a lot of things, but that is by no means how it should be, right? The strangeness, yeah, of it just working, exactly. It's going to be so surreal. Interitus, welcome. You just want to scavenge bricked and cargo locked behind missions is a game breaker. Yeah, me too. It certainly ruined the excitement for me when we started advancing to this whole brick system. Where, with my off-grid stuff, my scavenging thing, it certainly put a nail in that one. It'll get back to being able to do it. I'll just have to make sure that I am unbricking things, but it's a real shame is that. I wish there was a better way of doing it where they could stop any exploits and duping while also just allowing us to freely grab things, but I guess that's the difference between fun, game, real, and whatnot. Server frame rate. Yeah, so I guess... Do you spend a lot of time in one area then, Dirty? Do you like... because obviously the frame rate of the server, as you move around the verse and you go from one shard or one server to the next, the frame rate might be bad at, say, when you spawn in at New Babbage, but then you fly over to ArcCorp and it could be better, or it could be, you know, it could be worse. Because that is one of the sort of the benefits of static server meshing, but it's still, you know, servers still suffer from degradation. And I guess that's where, you know, all this work that we're reading about dynamic meshing, spooling up, like that spooling up, although right now what they're testing is the ability for servers to detect when the load is getting too high and spool up a new server to offload, like, to balance that out and then shut it down when it's not needed. I don't know if that is also, right now, in the testing, to deal with degrading servers and swapping things over. So, like, if there is a server that's starting to degrade, it's getting worse and worse, they spool up a new one, it'll hand everything over to that one without us technically realizing, and then shut down the old one. And that new one will be at 13. I don't know if that's what they're testing, or if it is just the process of servers starting and closing, dependent, you know, based on load. TLRGR, thank you so much, RJR, thank you so much for the gifts up there, my friend. Much appreciated. Beers and party, please. Fans, welcome. Having to hop servers entirely and cross your fingers. Yeah, it's like, that's another thing, isn't it? Where it shouldn't have to be a workaround where, oh, this server's knackered, let's go to a new one. There's a lot of workarounds that we have so become accustomed to that it will be nice and weird when we do not see the issue or the need, you know, the need to try and do that. So you move around quite a bit. You do a lot of commodity trading. You were just at HRL4, 8 FPS. Just got to the Stanton side of Nick's jump point. It's 13. And once I'm through, yeah, but earlier it was 6. Oh, man. Sounds like it's falling to pieces all over the place. 40 Celsius, David. Oh, that sounds nasty. I would stay indoors. So yeah, there's been a couple of, I mean, has anyone noticed, if anyone has played since last night, since the latest patch that came yesterday, has anyone played Siege with party members or on your own? What has the desync been like? Angel of Climb, thank you for the follow, by the way, I missed that. Well, they need to persist for now because the system isn't finished. So I guess it's kind of the trouble with the things being bricked and persisting is it's kind of like what we have now versus where they want to get to. Where if something gets bricked, it can still be salvaged. Salvagers can still go out. They can still make money from salvaging it. You can still get items and things. Once we get the ability to unbrick items, being able to scavenge, you know, power plants or whatever that are crafted, that are really good but bricked, unbrick them. So you are taking work away from other players. The difficulty is right now is that they're trying to balance it to the state of we're not a finished product, so not people aren't going out and actually salvaging the huge number of bricked vehicles that are out there, which is why they've been playing with the whole density manager cleanup time frame, especially around places like social areas, like stations and areas like that, where after so long it'll get cleaned up. I think it was generally 5 hours, and then they've reduced it to certain areas to 2 hours. That number will be continuously altered based on where we are in development. And when we get to the place where there are missions, so let's say someone leaves their ship for whatever reason. So firstly, there's going to be, in the future, I don't know when or what's going to necessarily be the turning point of this, but wanting to keep your ship above all else and get it towed, repaired, or something along those lines, rather than just ditching it and getting a new ship. There's many factors that will determine why people would do that, but right now we don't have those factors. So firstly, the number of bricked ships will reduce because people will be wanting to keep their ships. Secondly, there will be missions that will automatically, did I say that right? Automatically spawn like a salvage or a recovery mission to go and get those ships and clean them away, basically. But they still need to have their density cleanup in case things just get left and not touched. But ideally, I think what they would like to get to is a state where they don't have to do anything. So a ship could crash into a forest and remain there forever until someone stumbles upon it and it's taken over by the trees, right? That's where they're heading. That's where they want to get to. Now, of course, if there was like hundreds of ships crashing in the same forest, you might see salvagers going there and trying to salvage, but of course the frame rate, the performance might drop, so they'll have to game master with the density cleanup to sort of take that out of the way a little bit. But that will be balanced from continuously. But ideally it would be, missions would spawn where players can go and actually clean these things up, paying players to do it with credits, like creating a profession there. And only in the extreme cases would they need to actually game master anything. But things that are bricked will be able to be unbricked through some process. And then you can use it. So a ship, you might stumble upon a ship and it's bricked. You will be able to pay someone or do it yourself and tow it back, fix it up, unbrick it, and then ultimately own that ship. It's all very much a balance of work in progress, finished product, where we are and how many players are playing and what performance is like, and do they need to increase the cleanup or decrease it. The Vulcan, oh yeah, the Vulcan. I've had the Vulcan for a while now. Not the Crucible, but I will be excited to see that. Yeah, rain is good for me, Binks. That was a bit of a delayed comment there, mate. Psychonova, how you doing? It would be nice if they tied bricked abandoned ships to the salvage. Yes, as I say, they want to get to that point, and it'll be based on the insurance stuff, right? So part of the whole insurance system is you could be flying a ship, or someone's flying a ship. They crash it, or they disown it for whatever. I can't imagine people would. They would still want to keep it, but let's say they disown it. It would then spark out a mission from the claim. The insurance claim is saying this is now bricked. Let's say the company want that back, or they want the black box, or they want it to go and get claimed or whatever, or it's been parked where it shouldn't be parked. It can all be triggered in a way that will then pay a player to bring a vulture or whatever to come and do that. What if ships had a bit on them that after, say, a day, they generated both a salvage me beacon and a field of you can salvage here? Well, the armistice stuff, again, is another one of these systems that is temporary, right? The armistice will always exist, but the physical restriction of stopping you from drawing your weapon will go away, but we need security systems in place first, where NPCs will be capable, or players can enforce the law in that regard. But yeah, they need... It'll be some system that will, as you say, it'll tag an item and say, this is now fair salvage. You have been hired by this insurance company to go and salvage this ship. And that would then clear it off the server, right? It would literally remove it from the server. No longer worry. Or it's bricked. Go and get it. Do whatever you need to do to then warrant it to be unbricked. And then pay to own that vehicle if you can fix it back up again. That being much more of a long-winded process. Have you got both inheritors? That's what I thought. You can't. At the moment, you can't. Yeah, no. At the moment, Victor, yeah, it's... When... Not you, sorry. Yes, you. When something gets bricked, it's just the way it is. So we just need the game to advance. That's what's kind of putting us in these positions where it's like, well, that doesn't really make any sense. But that's because the system isn't there to make it make sense. Which is why we get sort of half-assed systems as temporary, like we're going to have to do this. It doesn't, it's not logical, but it's the only way we can do it right now until we get that system in place. So the piece, it's still broken, Flood. Thank you, mate. So CFG, if you're listening, you probably already know, I don't know, but Mission 2 of Battaglia on the PTU, the drop-off of the hard drive still eats the drive, doesn't complete the mission. The downside or hard part of ships claimed by insurances and being salvageable is balancing it so people aren't just... Yes, exactly. That's why we have bricked ships. This is why we can't have nice things, because people will duplicate things easily. This is why to unbrick something, it's going to need to cost more. No, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, so if someone, is like, I'll just claim that and I'll salvage it again and I'll get more for it than claiming it. That's why the insurance needs to play its part. That is exactly why things are bricked. And why when it comes to unbricking, it's going to need to be something that is going to take time and effort or cost to do so. Imagine if we could choose the insurance company, and I think that's the plan. They have written law on various insurance companies. I think there's only 2 at the moment, from what I understand. But that is the plan, and the same will be for medical insurance as well. Maybe like you have a higher medical insurance, you get an option of these prosthetic limbs versus a cheaper version, or like an auto dock in Pyro or whatever, and you get an option of these poor looking ones, or more Reco style ones. Oh yeah, you go for it, Deacon. You go for it, mate. I'll jump in once conversation has died down. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's a difficult balance, Entor, because there's multiple angles at which things can be exploited, I suppose. And then on top of that, you've got also things like crafted items now. Not to mention, obviously the salvaging, the price of RMC versus the price of claiming your ship. It has to make sense economically. Yeah, unbricking an Idris. Flipping heck. It's not a matter of rethinking salvaging. I think it's just the economy needs to make it make sense in terms of value, cost, and punishment, and so forth. Yeah, cost. It should take time. So if you want to unbrick something, you find a component that's really, really good, highly, properly crafted, tier 3 component, and you really, really want it, you're going to go to the effort to unbrick it. Whereas you could just sell something of a lesser quality, and bricked, and someone else who might want it could unbrick it then. Yep, it's all because of exploiting. That's why we have the brick system. Thank you, Deacon. Appreciate that, mate. Yeah, we're in a flow state. They need to just make NPCs have more variety in their loadouts. Well, yeah, absolutely. 100%. I guess that's where the mission and the reward and risk factor could play a part as well, where you've got ships, NPC ships, taking them on, disabling them, and stealing their gear that you can use immediately. But that they still won't likely have crafted. I mean, they may have crafted items, technically, but I doubt it. I think player crafted items will always be better. And that's where the drive to unbrick something would be. The only way to do that is if your ship is on Stanton, like HDMS, you need to fly to where it is. What's that, sorry? Are you talking to someone else then, official? Can they solve these problems with more time? You're too Fox. Or is the foundation held together with duct tape? So the foundation isn't, as much as people seem to think it is, it's held with duct tape. It isn't. There's a lot of systems that are in the works, foundational systems, and a lot that need refactoring and redoing, which they are on with. Which on the surface, what we're playing, it looks like things are broke. Like people saying, even the private server they were playing on is broken. It's like, no shit, they're still playing on the same server type that we're on. It doesn't matter if it's private or open for everyone. They're still dealing with the same bugs and issues with the server, It's not like they get a magic server that just works. That's why they're working on server meshing and dynamic server meshing and all these other things to optimize servers and whatnot. It's all it does is it reduces the load and the entity count, which will then likely bring up the frame rate and server frame rate, which would then hopefully improve things like desync and whatnot, but only to a certain degree. The thing is, they know what they need to do, but a lot of that is going back through and getting rid of the old stuff, the old code, the tech debt. They still need to do that, and they're working on that slowly, right? In each team's department, that you hear about it in the monthly reports. Various teams getting rid of old stuff, bringing in the new stuff. There's still a lot of foundational tech. We haven't got the foundation yet. That doesn't mean that the foundation is shot. It just means we need the new stuff in. Amanda, how you doing? Welcome. But yes, more time. More time is what is needed, and obviously everyone is very everyone's willingness to provide more time is an individual stance, right? I'm all right with it. I'm nearly 40. I'm fine. I've got plenty of time, I hope. Others may not. Can I ask, I got asked a few days ago about the UEX tool trading of armor. Is this trusted? I don't know. I've never done it myself, so I think there's always the risk that someone could take the mick. But then they could if you go in game as well, I don't know how legit it is. I don't know if they have like a rating system or whatever. Yeah, they don't need to start again. It's a case of continuing to work on the foundation they're working on and have been working on, which is one of the reasons it's taking so long, because it needs a lot. But also cleaning the old and getting that stuff out of the way. Angel of Climb, thank you for the subscription. Beers and party, please. Doc, welcome. Sir Fans, welcome. Chumpo, welcome. Why not implement some sort of reward track, gain experience, unlock levels, and be rewarded with stuff like unbrick? Well, firstly, we don't know what unbricking is going to involve. It might not. I don't think it's going to be as simple as a module that will unbrick something. It might be more of a crafting process where you've got to put it in your fabricator, get certain materials to find a way of getting it out there, or even paying an NPC to do it. I don't really know. So they can't just reward us with an unbrick module because that gameplay hasn't been revealed to us yet. But rewards, experience, that kind of stuff is very much part of Star Citizen, and reputation level and whatnot will unlock various things, as it already does. But yeah, until we know exactly what unbricking something is going to involve, who knows? Who knows what we're going to be able to get for it. Gene, how you doing? You've always liked being able to find derelict ships as an escape a bad situation. I'm always trying to think of a smooth system. Maybe having the ship have ownership tag that doesn't allow it to be repaired or resold without a handoff. Maybe a better state would be unrepairable. FPS is entirely different because everyone wants their skins. Well, the way that I'm assuming it's going to be similar to, like a pink slip, where when we will eventually be able to sell our ships in-game. I don't know what's going to happen with, let's just put aside anything purchased with real money. That's a whole different ball game. But anything you buy in-game, you will be able to sell on. And it would just be a case of legal and physical ownership. Yo, Sunjammer. So, obviously, physical ownership is who's got access to it right now. I might have bought a ship in-game. I have physical and legal access because I paid for it in-game. But I give it to Sandman. He's now got physical ownership. But I still have legal ownership. Now, there's going to be a way to transition that legal ownership. And that can work on both sides of the law, where you might steal a ship and find a way, like a chop shop as such. Because ships already have unique identifications. That's what the reg tag is. That's that code that you see before you ping, or before you get the name. It's a case of giving that ownership, legal ownership, to someone else. you can claim your ship back on insurance, but there needs to be a way of going around. Like, instead of, I bought this ship, I'm going to give it to them, they can then get that claimed as their own. I'm going to claim it on insurance, get another one, give that to them. That's the problem with the game breaking, the exploits. So that's where they need to come in, where finding a way to gain ownership to an already owned ship, technically, before it's maybe claimed on insurance, needs to make sure that it's not going to pay out for people just gifting people, Oprah Winfrey ships. But then anything that's been claimed on insurance already is technically fair game. It's unowned anymore. It has no owner. So it is fair salvage. It is okay for you to grab and use. But at some point we need a way of being able to gain ownership to it. But again, it has to be done in a way that is, you're paying in some fashion. You can't just get a free ship because that's an economical black hole. An unbricking laser, yeah, and a what do you call it? A multi-tool attachment to unbrick it. Oh, don't give him ideas. Playing crazy. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, you have an interest. No, you have an interest. And CIG are like, we've made a terrible mistake. But I would love to see at what point it becomes unrepairable, because with Maelstrom, this opens, I think, really, unrepairable, once Maelstrom is here, is literally going to be split in half, right? The cool thing about it is that with the engineering system is that even if it's split in half, it may still have power in one side and power in the other side, depending on where the power plants and batteries are. But really, that cannot be welded together. Whereas if it's lost all of its armor and its skin, it's kind of like technically a chassis. As it stands right now, a chassis, as long as its interior doesn't just go invisible like it does now when things are blown up, it should still be able to be repaired and engineered back to working again. Yeah, I feel you there too, Fox. I feel you there, mate. But at the end of the day, my personal opinion is that 1.0, which is essentially, for the most part, what people are waiting for, right? That's when the game is permanent. Everything you do is permanent. It's not going to get wiped. It'll still be missing certain features and things and professions, but they will be added to later on. And obviously systems and star systems. But we are talking, I would say, less than 5 years, as an estimate. Of course, my estimate is as good as anyone else's. But where we are now, compared to, where we were with the work on the back end, the content, and so forth, I would definitely say within 5 years, we should be playing 1.0. Or being well, touch wood. But that is just my opinion, right? That's all. Why? I thought drops are still going. Oh, in the YouTube... No, that's a good point. Yeah, good point. Hang on. Well, actually, no, I want to keep it in there because people on YouTube might not know about it and be like, oh, I actually want that. And then go over to Twitch to get it. And then maybe come back to YouTube. So it's actually an announcement of, if you want that free stuff, you got to go over to Twitch. If you don't worry about it. The title's not going to bother you too much. Welcome, by the way, RMMP. Yeah, Twitch drops are just on Twitch, I'm afraid. 31.32. $1. What do you want now? 26. Well, that kind of is in my 5-year frame. We only have so many characters, Sandman, and it's always maxed out. If YouTube allowed me to have multiple characters, I would actually put, if you want Twitch drops, you need to go to Twitch. Star Citizen 4.10 testing. Yo, Scott, how you doing? What it'll do is it'll prompt a conversation like this where we can say, oh, if you want Twitch drops, you've got to go over to Twitch. And I'm sure they'll be fine if they don't want to, Tell us more, my wizard. You have a welder. We can all bring our ships to you and put them all back together again. Nemathon, how you doing? It is enough for the ship's basic structure to be damaged that cannot be repaired. You can repair systems and armor. Yes, exactly. So provided the chassis is okay. You can spray on, you know, the armor, or not the armor, but I think eventually there will be ways that we will be able to reapply armor and so forth. Crafting is probably going to be the direction to go. So let's say you find an abandoned ship, a chassis. It's in bad state, missing all of its components. It's had a fire, whatever, but it's intact, and you can then structurally build upon it. Get the whatever you call it, the walls and whatnot, the hull. Put in the components, and then maybe craft armor on top of it if you put it into your crafting machine. And it will cost, of course. You got to craft the armor and whatnot, bringing it back to full again. You know, working condition. Is it the final hour? Oh, this was your final hour, was it, Dirty? Happy to help. Marcon, thank you, my friend. How you doing? And Atta, welcome. Yeah, today is the last day, isn't it? Is it the 12th? Thank you, Two Fox. Much appreciated, mate. Bless you, Scott. I noticed for the first time a bricked duplicate ship in my hangar. My wife was talking to me and I had to sign off quickly, so I can't remember exactly what caused it. Yeah, the whole system obviously needs a lot more work. It's definitely nowhere near finished. But it is... I don't know how long it'll be until we get to the, you know, tier 2 of this bricked thing where we can unbrick, but there needs to be things in place to make it possible, I guess. Yo, Sloppy, you're not going to pay for DLC. When you've bought into Star Citizen, everything else comes for free. There is no paid DLC. Yo, Zenil, welcome. I saw someone comment on your most recent YouTube video about it. Yes. I don't think it's the case, Zenil. I know. I saw that and I was like, oh, excellent. That would be great. But I don't think that's the case. People have been saying that Siege is still seeing issues. How was desync on Siege, if anyone's tested it on the latest PTU patches? Can you tell me? Marcon, welcome, by the way. And Dirty, thank you, my friend. Beers and party, please. I would love to know what everyone's... And we're talking about the most recent PTU build. Nothing prior to what is currently the PTU build. You know, I played the PTU back in... You know, it didn't matter, that one. Thank you, Dirty. Appreciate that, mate. DeGunther, good morning. I literally... When I see that amount of me sipping on a coffee, I'm so easily sold to. I want to have another coffee. Yeah, the ships. Well, technically the ships, if you pay real money for them, at DLC. They're not. Well, you don't have to, right? Everything is already available. Yeah, I had the same roller coaster of emotions, Zenil. I was like, oh, Siege sounds like it's working a lot better. And then you hear someone saying it's not, and you're like, okay, never mind then. What's the plan today? All right, we're going to jump in a sec because the boys in the org are already running PTU missions to see what works, what doesn't work. We're kind of doing intro missions to a lot of them. I'm going to load up the game. I'm still navigating Windows 11. No. Yeah, Windows 11, isn't it? Well, you can get rid of them, Dukestar. You can scrap them. So once you've lowered them into your inventory, just hit scrap and it will clean it away as one of the 25 that you have. Because you don't want to be cluttering up your 25 available ships in your hangar with a ton of brick ships. Windows 111. When we're playing 1 point... I'm not even going to go there. The PTU was feeling good. I'm interested to see what performance is like now that we've had all those... all that word on... performance improvements and things. Hang on a minute. Let's just get that QR code off. It's annoying because I can't even see the X. Oh, you're taking the mic. All right, whatever. Let's just... going on here? Can't even get past this. What's happening? Anyone else have this problem? Oh, there we go. Flipping heck. That took a while. What's going on here? I don't like this much. I like multiple taps just to get it to work. Okay, there we are. Skip. Go back. Options, graphics. There we are. Oh, I need your... Do I need a party invite, guys? I don't think I have you yet, do I? I'll jump in, and I reckon I'll be able to find you if I just got a Stanton. I'll probably be on the same shard. If not, I can come back out again. Thank you, Deacon. Did you see the heavy armor gear dropping gear? I did, yeah. Do you know if that's available in 4? No, 4.9. It's that's one of the what is it? I can't remember the name of it. It's just a load of numbers. The super heavy armor is was pushed from 4.9 to 4.10. So actually, yeah, I'm assuming if you buy that gear, you can't use it in 4.9. You can only use it in the PTU, can you? Oh, how weird. I've never noticed that. When CIG released the Kraken, do you expect them to simultaneously surprise us with the ability to spawn ships at the same time? I don't know. I mean, hopefully before then we will see the ability to do that kind of thing. You know, with like the Liberator, for example. That would be cool. Or even like, we still want to have the option of spawning ships and vehicles inside our ships. Like Ursa's in the Connie, before we even pull our ships up. Like, that's... I don't know at what point we'll get to that, but that's something we've been waiting for a while. There we are. Alright. Whoa, too responsive. I started doing this, mouse smoothing for videos, and now I cannot play without it. It just feels too, like... You guys hearing me on party? Hello. Hiya. What are we all doing? What ships are you in, and what mission are we taking on?
I don't think anybody's doing mining. If you want to do your prospector.
Well, what are you guys up to? Are you fighting stuff?
I'm in the red. In case you need it.
Sounds good. Shall I load up a few? What missions have you done so far? I hear you on the potty.
Do you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me all right?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that this button is actually party and not prox.
Oh.
I think this started from the top.
What, like delivery?
Alright, Bear is doing salvage and it is confirmed to be working.
Okay. Thank you, Bear. He's a real bear. You probably don't know that. What should... I mean, hauling is probably... I mean, we could do Ling, but that generally works, I think, doesn't it?
3 guys on deliveries.
Okay, I might do bunker missions then. That's cargo.
We've got one doing investigations. Nobody's doing mercenaries first, no? I can tell.
All right, I'll crack on with that then. Horizon platforms, that's not it. If I can't even see any. Yeah, none of those are like bunkers, weirdly. Hand mining, courier, bounty hunting, salvage. Priority is going to be Orison stuff, which I'm not going to do until 410 goes live, because that's 410 specific, I think.
But yeah, they started from the top.
Yeah, fair. Have they come into any issues at all since starting?
Not yet. Bear completed the first one.
Right.
That was fine.
So,
Josh ran into an issue with a Ling mission.
all right. What was that? What was the issue, Josh? Let's try this. Party audio is low.
He couldn't get the hangar to do the pickup.
Ah, okay. Well, that's a problem.
Also, CIG, the power pips on the Idris are still broken. We cannot put power in weapons. Please.
Yeah, come on, CIG. So I've got to get some cargo, so I need a vehicle with... Let me get my...
Give us the new
Titan.
one, please.
Absolutely. And then I might try a Ling mission as well, and see if there's anything there that I'm bumping into. No, not the new pips, the new Idris. We're still using the old Idris. We're not going to see the new one until Squadron releases, unfortunately. Right, let me get my good old trusty GDC Army stuff on. No, wrong helmet. Why is he carrying the backpack? Oh, because he doesn't actually have a way of putting it on. Okay, that's quite clever. Boop, there we are. Les, thank you so much, my friend. How are you doing today? Beers and party, please. Yeah, me too. I'm eager for Squadron, especially.
I also got, if you grab your parallax, I got weapons and ammo and food and water for you as well.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you, sir. So yeah, we've got a few people. How many are in the party, by the way? Oh, hello, Star. Oh wait, are we actually seeing overlapping hangars?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Star?
7, 8, 9, including you.
Lovely, thank you, sir. Yeah, so we've got about 9 people in the org on PTU, just trying all the different entry missions, trying all the different missions that are available to see if some of these fixes are working or if they're not. Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, I don't know what the conversation is, but I think people should just, if they want to pay for ships, and they want to not pay for ships or put money in and whatnot, you know, me, it's entirely their choice, right? No one should be told how to spend their money. I mean, Squadron 42 should technically still be out this year. There's been a few hints towards it. Jeff Zanelli even mentioned, you know, when asked, and again, this doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen immediately, but Jeff Zanelli, the composer for Squadron, he was asked, you're going to open the hangar door or what? What's everyone going to do after GTA, you know, after they finished GTA, and he put hashtag Squadron. So there is that, but yeah, it doesn't mean it could be like years after Squadron. Key bindings. Why is it not allowing me to get out of my hangar? Is it this one? No. Landing set. It should be working. Yeah. Why is it not opening the hangar door for me? I think my hangar's broken. Doesn't seem to want to let me out. Let me try doing it this way. Oh, there we go. Very strange. I don't know. I think it's closed doors, but I haven't heard of any leaks about it. Well, yeah, I don't know if minerals are persisting. I don't believe so. Yo, Dat Gabe, I play at 3440 by 1440. Gonna share the contract with you. You can take me to it. Or come with him. I'll fly alongside you. Let me just set up my VoIP as we're using Party now, which is great. Testing Party VoIP keybind. Can you hear me, Deacon?
Yep.
Lovely. Alright.
I posted the teaser screenshot of the Idris Mark II in the chat if anybody is interested in seeing what it looks like.
Landing gear is up, by the way. Yeah, so this is the old Idris model, and we're not going to see the new one until Squadron goes live, and then after Squadron's live, we will see the Javelin come along. But yeah, we're still using the old Idris. Hogmanay, yeah, we'll celebrate the. I held the line. Harley, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of problems with it. And Chris keeps claiming yours.
She is an old girl.
Best ship you could buy that's not in game. Friendship. Absolutely. We all work hard for our money. Some more than others. But it's entirely up to us how we spend it. Whoa, getting too fast. We have an Aurora. And a Pisces. What kind of ship would a friendship be? Prison ship. If it was built by the Brits, it would be sarcastic. Why is the audio so quiet?
Ryan?
Yeah?
You think this might be a little bit overkill?
What, bringing an Idris to this?
To an Aurora.
I don't know. I think we should see what happens. Come on in. Are you with us?
I'm right behind you.
Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, there he goes. I'll try not to fly directly into your laser beam. My apologies. He just flew into you, nice.
Right into me!
Yeah, he just killed himself. Excellent.
Oh, that AI needs to stop learning from deeds.
I think we've all been there. We can't just blame Deeds for that one. Right, that's it up there, isn't it?
We can.
Yeah, true, and we should. That's not it, is it? Yes, it is. Okay.
Absolutely.
Might try and board me.
We can't blame you anymore. You're too good.
You reckon?
Yeah, you've won like two out of the races. So,
That's true.
Yeah.
Probably would have won the third one if I'd arrived on time. Damn it.
What happened?
We were. You are. Oh,
Yeah,
family thing.
Family thing, or
Yeah, we were out and about, and then it just kind of the day got on, and then we had to stay a bit longer. I can't remember where we were now, but we knew on the way back it was just we were never going to beat traffic. Someone fell asleep in the Kia.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can't even remember where we were. It was. No, I can't remember. We've been out. This time of year is so busy going out to clubs and classes and things.
Yeah, and plus, like, there's like a golden rule: if the kids fall asleep in the car, you take an extra long detour, right?
Well, no, not anymore, because she doesn't actually nap. Can you save me? Because I don't have EVA for some reason. I'm just drifting. You might have to just get behind me and open your door. I have lost all.
So you're just floating?
Yeah, careful of my ship, though. Oh, my ship. Now my ship's floating. For some reason, cannot.
You're still in your ship on my screen.
Oh man, so desync must have not been fixed much at all. You've literally hit all the ships in the area.
All before?
My fleet, I still need to put that together for Sandman to put into like a command. Do I have it written down somewhere? I don't remember. Let me have a look while we're just floating.
We also need your fleet in Discord so we can actually see what you have.
Yeah, true.
And make operations according to it.
I have the Ironclad Assault. Yeah, any day. I've got it written down. Sandman, fleet. It's there.
Yeah, I can pretty much remember
further.
most of them.
Alright, can you see me at all yet? Like my actual position?
Yeah, I see you inside the ship, but
no,
that
not.
doesn't help much.
No. This is going well so far. Oksana, thank you for the 13 months. Much appreciated. How are you doing today? Yes, Ski. I'm hoping tonight.
Maybe all the four
roadmap update
might resync you.
It's a good call. I'll try that. Yeah, I'm hoping tonight with the roadmap being coming along. It says it's going to bring some 4.11 features. Whether or not we see, Genesis, because it's not, when we do get Genesis, it's not going to just be Nyx 1. It's going to be Nyx 2 as well. And that, as much as it's not going to be as populated, I guess, technically, in the lore, it probably should be more populated than Nyx 1, because Nyx 2 has been Nyx 2, this toxic planet, from the beginning, hasn't it? Or has it not? Maybe they've changed that, I don't remember. Instigator, how you doing? Thank you, sir. Sandworm 411, certainly could be. Whether it's going to be, I wonder if it's just going to be Hathor, or if it's going to be, Apex, Sand, Valakar, everywhere. Suit lockers, maybe, yeah, I would expect so. Starware is probably the most likeliest we're going to see, because that was stated that it's going to come in 411 most recently. Nyx 1, 2, and 3 was also stated to be coming around September, according to Jared. But that was a while back he said it, and there have been some big changes to the cadence, right? With them taking a step back on feature development a little to work on fixing. Not to say that Genesis is one of those features that has had a step back taken. We don't know. I don't think so. Oh man, I'm back in the ship. That's weird.
Yeah, that's what I see on my screen. So maybe you are in sync.
Yeah.
In sync.
Great band. But now I can't get out of the ship.
4.10, ready to launch. Let's go.
Yeah, we're running into all sorts of problems here. That's probably a bit extreme right now. I'll give it a sec. Maybe it'll catch up. I'll give it a couple of minutes and just see if it catches up. Siege of Orison 411. Hopefully not.
You can show the Icarus Mark II while we wait.
Can I?
Yeah, just click the link.
Problem is it pops up on a different... Oh no, it doesn't. There it is. Okay. There's not really much to see that we don't already... Like, the only real thing that's changed on that... The only real thing that's changed is the flipping name, really. You can't really tell anything else.
No. The rear engines no longer have VTOL built in. They are solid to the frame. It's also sleeker, slimmer.
Yeah, that is nice.
It also got a lot more greeblies on the side as well. The front engine is also tilted. If you remember on the Revenant, it's a horizontal. You can kind of step out on it in EVA, but here it's like canted 45 degrees on the front engines.
Yeah, we certainly like our greeblies. Server FPS, that's a good question. Server FPS is 29. Nope, 8. 29. 29 right now, 28, 29, yeah, it's pretty good.
In hindsight, you should probably have set your spawn so you could just die and spawn.
Let me fly on board your ship and see if that has any benefits. But yeah, frame rate's spot on. It's 30 now. Slam on 30.
Oh, by the way, are you gonna go outside tonight and see the eclipse?
Yeah, we're gonna try to. Maybe just look at the shadow difference rather than stare, because we don't have any special glasses, unfortunately.
You can make one. You can make one yourself, but yeah, or use 2 sunglasses.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Yo, Deeds, how you doing, sir? Just talking about you.
And then we have the meteor shower right after sunset.
Oh, really?
At the same time, almost. Yeah, meteor shower right after.
Oh man, I didn't know that.
Totality around 8 o'clock. So that's an hour earlier for you. So that's right at the end of stream, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be cutting close. All right, I'm going to try an Alt F4 and come back again and see if that fixes this issue. Not good so far. At least server FPS is high. That's a bonus. But yeah, it's very awkward problems now. Yeah, I think we're not going to get a full eclipse, but it's still going to be quite substantial compared to what we've had. No fly zones. We will definitely get things like no-fly zones with certain points of interest and whatnot, and they will become natural no-fly zones as well. I think Starcitect might sort of prove that with certain areas like gang locations. You don't want to fly close to them because they will open fire on you. We kind of already have no-fly zones, though, where you know, if you go to like a DC, for example, they have no-fly zones there where you'll be fired upon. But yeah, you'll start to see lots of crash ships. What vehicles do I have then? I suppose the best way to check what vehicles I have is to see about the upgrades, ship upgrades thing, because that'll tell me. Some of them are giveaway ships, though, which I need to figure out which one's which. Shop. Oh, great, and we will be giving that away, giving those away on my birthday, I think. So I've got a few Merlins, and maybe a couple of hover quads. I think I've got 4 hover quads, 3 Merlins, 1 Mirai Pulse, 4 Dragonflies, a Nox Mule, CSV. Okay. A couple of Atlas now. Aurora LX, Cutter Rambler, Avenger Titan, Crusader Intrepid, Nomad maybe, Fury LX, Mark 1 Hornet, F7C, Prospector.
Right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, mate. Alright, let me see if I can get out of this.
Right?
Yeah, can you hear me? You hear me at all?
I can't hear you again now.
Oh, nuts. It must have broken. Hang on then. Let me just do a little work around here. Oh, no, not that one yet. You hearing me now?
Loud and clear.
Ah, lovely. Yeah, still stuck in the ship.
You want me to try and knock you out?
I don't know how. I mean, you can try.
There's some massive descent here. I can't even take off my helmet or draw my gun.
Yeah, something's
It's going well.
really, really bad at the moment. I can't even open my canopy. Lots of desync. There's something dodgy going on. Cryogenny, thank you so much for the subscription. Accidental 2 beers, but how you doing? Welcome.
But yeah, the best way to see what you have is hang a dot link and sync it to your RSI.
Yeah, nice one.
You get a whole list of what you got and what's LTI and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, you might be able to shoot it open, Jackal. How you doing, by the way? I've also got the Argo SRV, a Vulture, a Vulcan.
Can't even fire my rifle. This is a mess.
Yeah, I'm gonna back out to menu and maybe jump in a different one because it's bad. Pisces, Medical Pisces, Apollo Triage? Maybe? I don't think I have that one. What are we going to do? Let's go. We're going to be joining them, I guess, but... Oh, I don't know what to do, to be fair. Yeah, there's only one in there. I'll join back in again and just find a different... Like, get a different ship and see if we can keep going somewhere. I don't know. Corsair, maybe? Hang on. Let me check the website now. What else? Maybe an MTC, a Mustang Gamma. That's a giveaway one. Oh, I've got a Pitbull, a Starlight, a Wolf L22, Clipper, Starlancer Max, a Guardian QI, a Reclaimer, a Merchantman, and an Ironclad Assault. That's kind of where I'm at right now. But I've got a lot of those little ships, like multiple Merlins and stuff because of referrals. You know, like when it's like a free flying stuff. What do you think we could do to help CIG most? What do you mean? Just play. I think the best thing we can do is just play, provide feedback, data, you know, by playing. You hear me, Deacon? you know. Come in, come in. Do you hear me on party? I'll jump in Discord. Oh, wrong Discord. That's why I'm not seeing it. Anyway. Hello. Hello? On Earth? Anybody hear me? What's going on? Oh, I wonder if it's... Because I've just got Windows whatever now. I bet... Yeah, it's sending it to headphone... Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
There we are. Okay, I can hear you now.
Oh, that was in Discord. My bad.
Yeah, sorry, that's me.
You hear me now, Ryan? In Discord?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, everything is broken here. I'm getting stuck in medical bed, not refueling or
You still on the Idris,
giving
yeah?
you. Yeah,
Yeah, it's all gone to pot.
this is a mess.
It is. It's a big mess.
Backspace doesn't work for me to die and
Nothing
respawn
works.
in my medipin either.
I mean, check server. I mean, server frame rate is it looks fine.
It's got to be a back end thing.
Yeah. So, message of the
Yeah,
day.
testing chat.
Yeah, still
I'm
not.
blaming the not being able to EVA on desync, but someone is saying that they got stuck in EVA for 2 minutes.
It looks like all of this is probably desync related because Deacon wasn't even seeing me outside of my ship, and then when I Alt F4'd and came back in, I was sat in the cockpit again. So currently putting together a new 4.10 build for a potential PT release today. Thank goodness today is not 4.10 release day. My goodness, could you imagine?
Yep.
No,
I can't even call it.
That it's
shipping.
still on
Yeah,
PT.
this is not a candidate. That's for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
No.
I might just back out and carry on talking. It doesn't seem like it's gonna do too well.
You want to go do something on PU, or do you just want to chat?
Yeah, I think at this point I'll just chat because it's... Yeah. Yeah, I don't
Fair
really
enough.
fancy playing Fortnite at the moment anyway.
No.
Sorry, guys.
And we've lost the Revenant twice on PU already.
Oh, Chris, give us back the Rev. Or just, or maybe what you're doing is trading in all these Rev Mark 1s for a Mark 2.
For one. That's
For
not
one, yeah.
quite fair.
I would take it, though. If he wants to take all these Rev 1s, especially considering you're the one setting them up, and then giving us the Rev 2, we'll take that, right?
Yeah. Just, we know what it looks like. Just give it to us, Chris. Please. Even with bugs.
All right, I'm bouncing. Sorry, guys. Thank you for testing. Do let me know though if
Yep.
you are testing and staying on. If you find anything other than it's utter shite and desync is bad.
Yeah, no worries.
ICC delivery attempt failed twice. Hangar didn't open.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, thank you all the same, guys.
Cheers.
Oh, I'll see you in a bit.
A little bit.
Yep.
Later.
Flipping heck, what a mess. We need a new patch. Hopefully the new patch will be better, right? Yeah, something is going on there. We'll just chill out and chat for now because it's kind of like blood from a stone at the moment. Oh, that's loud. Yeah, we are. So yeah, what's everyone want for 411 then? What do you all reckon is going to be 411's things? But yeah, I don't think we're going to see 410 for a little while yet. Today was practically the earliest we were likely going to see it drop. but it certainly is going to be a bit longer. I'm assuming it's still going to be August. It could be next week. I think, you know, official says that. A friend of his working at CIG says that was looking at next week. We'll take that as it is, right? But it's it could still be any time, in all fairness. Nomad, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you, Deacon. Thank you, everyone, for jumping in and trying to test as much as... It didn't go well at all. I'm going to get a coffee and have a wee, and then we'll just chill out and chat about 410, 411, what our hopes and dreams are, all that kind of stuff. But I don't think I can bring myself to play that. That was just a problem after... I don't think it was a problem after a problem after problem. I think it was just one problem being really severe desync. You want a cuppa as well, Deacon? In a QV mug. Or a Star War mug. It feels as if they are not using code repository. Old bugs show up over and over. Right, is that what that's for? I think one thing they've sort of mentioned is in regards to that is well, there's a couple of things. Firstly, that, you know, a bug can be caused by multiple things, not necessarily the same bug recurring. It could be presenting as the same bug, but it's not always necessary. But also, it is a case of getting rid of the old code. So that's... And one thing they have mentioned is getting to the source of the issue. So as much as it might not be the same root cause bringing the same issue, but, you know, in some circumstances, it probably is. And, you know, this whole initiative, as they stated anyway, is part of that is getting to the root causes of these issues, and not just kind of leaving it, right? It's not just band-aiding and actually fixing it. I'm hoping we're going to see more of that going forwards, because, yeah, it needs it. More camping videos. I have, obviously I've got to go camping to get the camping videos, but I do have gear reviews coming after this one, and I hope to get out as soon as possible, really, to go camping again. Nah, I wish I could go more often. Heavy machine gun is available, but I can't find the armor. Well, that's useful, considering you can't actually lift a heavy machine gun without the armor. Thank you for your prime sub, Melman. Much appreciated. No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm staying put. Don't worry. We're just not playing. We tried to play a bit to test some of these bugs, but with the desync being so bad, I just can't. So Starware, the Sandworm, Genesis, Global Illumination. Yep, that would be nice to see that come along. You never saw that Squadron trailer? There's some old videos. I mean, this is a really old... Well, this isn't actually that old, but it still uses a lot of really old footage, like the Murray Cup stuff. This is from Ilphonic days, when we had a third party building the FPS module. Flipping it, those were troublesome days. Fun Family Gaming, how you doing? Nice to see you. Really, Commander, flip no. Yo, Balth, how you doing? They are definitely using code repositories and version control. It's just their branches are chaos. You can sympathize. How have you been, Balth? Oh, good, I hope, mate. They are trying to convert a monolithic project into one that leverages a ton of microservices, and that old code is too fragile for it. Yeah, and it's a case of just continuously getting rid of that old code, swapping it for the new stuff, the new systems. Fear the squirrels and rabbits. I honestly thought it was a badger den that I'd camped next. I didn't realize it was so close when I set up my camera. We're talking like 5 meters from the tree that I put the camera on. And I was like, oh, please don't have me waking up to badgers. No, I didn't buy the super heavy bundle. I don't tend to buy the bundles. I would prefer to just sort of get them in game, but I understand why people do, you know. Yeah, Ilphonic messed it up so... It was so awkward. Not that we were even in the meetings of, like, I'm sorry, this isn't going to work, but you just kind of... I felt third-hand embarrassment for them when CIG were having to, you know, say, I'm sorry, this isn't working. It was quite a few bullets. You see the really quick one? It was... I don't know why it was such bad quality, though. Can people group up privately in Arena Commander? Yes. Yeah, you can create a team, like a small team. I don't tend to play Arena Commander because it's kind of, again, gone downhill and not up to snuff with what is happening in the PU, so it's not the best training ground. Good for just getting together and doing stuff, but I prefer to do it all in the main game. Like, this is one thing that I'm really happy when it came to the Org Racing League and not doing it in Arena Commander and doing it at the actual racetracks in the burst. I much prefer that. It feels so much more interesting. Because you never know what's going to happen, right, as well. Yeah, outsourcing is a major risk, but it has paid off. That's the thing, you know. Ilphonic was one bad event. Then you look at Turbulent, though. Not too bad. Yeah, that's true. Night vision. It should have been better quality than that, though. I'm sure it was set to 4K. Faceware, that's a cool one. Yep. Right, let me go to the toilet. I do hope we see the roadmap update before I finish today, but I doubt it. Yeah, 411 it feels like it's gearing up to be a big patch, which is I think why they're wanting to as well make 410 be as impactful as possible with as many fixes as possible, so that when 411 comes around, it's not like problems on top of more problems. Oh, that's true. Yeah, nighttime, night vision-y stuff might not be as high. Taron, how you doing? Not too bad, thank you. Day is going all right. Shame the PTU wasn't going as it we'd hoped. But yeah, there's another one coming tonight. This video, Fire Seal. This is the Star Engine one from, was it 2 years ago, CitizenCon? Man, it's had 3 million views. I'm pretty sure you will have seen it. Excuse me. It's just them showing off what the Star Engine is capable of doing. At the time, anyway. In fact, let's have a look at the list of roadmap stuff, like the 1.0 roadmap stuff. I'll leave it on this video for now while I check it out, but see what we could see. Refining is something that we might see as well, the new refining update. Or mechanic. Yeah, probably. I might be more than 500 views, to be fair. Talking of, well, subscribe. We actually reached 1,000 subscribers on the camping channel, by the way. Thank you very much, guys. So yeah, Starware being one that has kind of been acknowledged as potentially, intended for September. Dynamic meshing, probably not, but hearing about the work they're doing on that on the monthly report is great. Star Audio, now there's Star Audio and there's Realistic Audio mode. I actually didn't realize that they were different things. I thought it was one and the same. But it looks like Star Audio is just using these new tools and technology to improve what we have. And then Realistic Audio is the kind of the way of making, I don't know, it says a systemic solution for expressing game audio in depressurized states through effects applied to audio and an increased emphasis on the resonance of sound. So it's technically the same thing, but it's I guess Star Audio is what we're seeing already, right? Star Audio with the new flyby sounds, ship sounds, weapon sounds, that's something that is ongoing. And then Realistic Audio, no idea when that's coming, but they can't really tick off Star Audio until everything is converted. Yeah, I can only imagine 411, the Nyx planets, it will probably be a Nyx showcase with similar to this in a way, but starting with maybe Nyx 3, moving over to Nyx 2, and then ending on Nyx 1, just flying through with, a gorgeous Pedro score behind it, talking about just showing off what is all possible with the new system. 411. Man, I hope so. Yeah, Global Illumination. We've heard about some updates to Global Illumination, ray tracing. That's been stuff that's on the monthly report, improving stuff. In fact, what was it they said? Something about prototyping or testing it against something. Let me just have a read of that again. They compared global illumination and reflections to an offline path traced reference and made various improvements. Doesn't sound like it's, on the cusp of releasing, to be fair. More just kind of improving their system, their ray tracing tech. Not to say that by September it's not, at that point. That would be cool. Welcome, by the way, Brother Graves. I don't think I said hello to you. Yeah, the temperate places on Microtech. Definitely going to be a great camper spot there. Star Sim is something that we are desperately needing. From what I gather at the moment, the economy team are still getting their ducks in a row. Trying to get the balance with everything. From mission payouts, ship prices, item prices, crafting, material prices, everything. I'm sure they're still working on Star Sim in the background, but I guess getting everything feeling accurate in terms of value or cost to then input that to the Star Sim, to then have that running dynamically in the background would need to be done. And I get, there's so much to do with the economy, and it continuously needs balancing based on all the different game, like they brought crafting in. Now every material has an added value to it, and that has to make sense to the item that you're crafting. Complex one, that one. Starcitect, Genesis, of course, Planet Tech version 5, dynamic weather. Should all be, well, it shouldn't necessarily should, but is hopefully all stuff we're going to see in 411. Maelstrom. No idea when that's going to come around. We haven't heard anything on it being, coming anytime soon, so I'm not assuming it's going to be a 411 thing. But, oh man, that would be cool. I just think it's such a complex system that needs a lot of time. Last we heard, though, was during the CitizenCon game, the first hour of gameplay of Squadron, where they were saying that at that time, that was like 2 years ago, at that time, about 80% of the ships in Squadron are using Maelstrom. So you would like to think the last... we don't know how long it took to get those 80%. hooked into using it, so the last 20% could be the longest. But, 2 years or more has passed. I can't imagine it's requiring too much more work in that regard. But we are talking not just, that's a single-player game, right, is Squadron. It just needs to be relayed to the player. It's not something that needs to be relayed over the network to every other player and so forth. So that's probably where the biggest amount of work is going to need to be done. So StarSim is in a good place but currently on hold. I mean, that makes sense in regards to we now have this economy team who are trying to get everything accurate and balanced. It would make sense that you don't mess with something like StarSim until that stuff is done. So I wouldn't be surprised if StarSim is one of the last things we see, because there is continuously things being thrown in there. Yes, Maelstrom with Starcitect. True, very true. Oh, it'd be interesting if it came in with 411. That would be very interesting. I mean, not necessarily to ships, but to points of interest, buildings and so forth, using cover and it being blown away. That's going to be fascinating. I've been watching, I say I've been watching, I've seen Frankie's video on Warhogs, I think, which looks like a cool game. I'm not going to be playing it necessarily, but it looks like a cool game, kind of taking a lot of these things from many other FPS games. You've got like Battlefield, I suppose a bit of Fortnite, COD, that kind of stuff, but Armor and whatnot, and making it, and Squad, making it into this really sort of fleshed out, rounded, all-rounder sort of FPS game. Seeing that, whenever I see games like that, part of me wants to play it, but then part of me just thinks eventually CIG will get Star Citizen's FPS to the point where that won't even matter. The only thing that I like about it is the fact that it is modern combat versus futuristic combat, which I do miss in Star Citizen. But you still have that, when we're fighting against these open lands with buildings blowing up around you and so forth, it's going to kind of be like that. Yo, Lyrium, how you been, my friend? Flippin' heck. It's been years, sir. Are you well? Do you mean in Star Citizen, or do you mean in War Dogs? I haven't played War Dogs, but, yeah, in Star Citizen, I guess that's just constant optimizations and so forth, isn't it, needed? How you been? Are you good? So that's Cortec. Now, gameplay potentials for 411. Space stations. I'm only kidding. That's not going to happen. Not at all. Crafting we have now. I'm surprised that's not come over. Base building. I'm not expecting to see base building for 411. I guess, ideally they would have enough time on Genesis before rolling something like base building out. Player-to-player trading. I can't imagine that's coming either. Organization. I suppose social stuff is something we will start to see come incrementally, as we already are seeing, lots of social stuff, organization stuff, MobiGlass apps, just back-end stuff. Space stations. 3Beard, welcome. After Star Citizen Live last week, I'm just happy that space combat works as well as it does currently. What do you mean? Is that sarcasm? Oh, you're always lurking, are you, Lyrium? Much appreciated, my friend. You're as old as the furniture in the game. OG, are you? I know you've been a part of my channel from pretty much the very beginning. Citizenship, we're not going to see that till 1.0, earning that. Weapon overheat. Something we haven't seen is like the drain and charge battery stuff. Thank you, Azaran. Not sarcasm, but seeing all the problems on an internal server made me realise that the PU could be a lot worse. Well, yeah, I mean, just because they're playing on a private server doesn't mean, they're not dealing with same issues, but like, this is the thing, and this, as much as we don't know the timeline or how long it's going to be, they will eventually get there. It will eventually get there, and hopefully between now and then, we actually get to play a lot of that before, obviously before it goes live. We're not going to be like, everything is now working fine, let's just ship it. It's going to be, let's optimize, let's get everything else, as polished as possible. Between now and then, we should be playing some pretty solid gameplay, right, though? 2013. Crazy. Oh, man, that's like 13 years ago. I've aged, man, I've aged. Planetary shielding, that's going to be a base building thing. Ownership, base building thing. Guild system, not going to see that 411. Insurance, taxes, and warranties, I doubt it. I wonder if we'll see anything on tier 2 of bricked item insurance and stuff. I don't think so, because we've not really been reading about that all the progress. I feel like they've got to tier 1 with things being bricked, and they're just kind of holding right now and working on improving that and making that system work before they advance to, like, unbricking things. I don't think we're anywhere near that yet. Law and security is something that will have to come along over time. Reputation, new player professions. Death of a Spaceman is a continuous thing. AI blades, I doubt it. Hangar upgrades, nope. Quantum travel, I wonder when we'll see updates on that one, because that's been in the works for a while. And again, though, we're seeing a lot of improvements and bug fixing to Quantum and the map. Yeah, charge and drain, item misfire and wear, life support, solar flares. Phew, there's a lot. I mean, FPS radar and stuff, we could start to see coming. I don't know if it's going to be a 411. 411, I think is going to be... I'm hoping, and I'm expecting this year they're going to try and go out with a bang. 411 being a big one. 412 end of year. It could go either way. They tend to, at these days, try and do a big bang. Like, here's this cool thing. But at the same time, it is winding down for the end of the year. We may see Squadron stuff coming along. Crazy. Sifu Messiah, yeah. Oh, the days when we came up with our old names. I mean, I've had that for years. Probably since I was 19, because that's when I started doing Kung Fu. Although saying that, I had Messiah before that. I was Messiah, my brother was Memphis. That was what it was. And then I started doing Kung Fu, and I was like, I'll call myself Sifu Messiah. Not realizing that it would actually offend a lot of people, because it sounds like I'm saying I taught Jesus everything. Not all the bugs are because of servers. We'll put that out there. But yeah, there's... that's the thing, isn't it? There's still going to be, like... CIG saying we're going to, try and get these priority bugs fixed, and the first hour of bugs fixed as well. I think people are thinking that's everything. Everything is going to be fixed going forwards, but it's just certainly not going to be the case. That's true. Starware, FPS scanning. It would make sense to have both together, giving a reason why we would swap armors out. You didn't teach him? Maybe I did. Who knows? What is that claim? We've actually... Yeah, Nomad's name is XX underscore something. That's the thing. You don't realise... when you're a kid, not that there's anything wrong with that name, by the way, Nomad, but you don't realize when you're a kid and you make a name, an online username, it's technically going to stay with you for life. I wish we knew that. You spent the bulk of your tattooing career in a parlor owned by an old Kung Fu Sifu. Very nice. Did he have like a white beard? That's a bit too cliched, isn't it? A bit way too cliched. None of my Sifus had that. They weren't even Asian. Anyway, yeah, so there's like the scanning rework, the FPS stuff. If, as Flood says there, if Starware is something that's coming, that could warrant suit lockers. It will also mean needing, like, the different helmets providing different capabilities in terms of scanning, like FPS scanning and different feedback based on the profession that they're designed for, which would make sense. I hope that is... No scope, 360 no scope, your rage. I feel like nobody talked about how smooth the game ran in their offline session, frame rate wise. That's the thing I took from the stream. that the game runs way smoother in a small instance, but there are still the bugs in the code and the different systems interacting, which they can and will. Yeah, exactly. All I saw was people saying, I've seen the state of their game in a private or offline server or whatever they said. We're doomed. It's like, as you like to say, Sandman, tell me you know nothing about game development without telling me you know nothing about game development. That always goes round in my head when I read the comments on YouTube. And the problem is, I feel like either someone starts that narrative, either intentionally or through ignorance, and then people seem to jump on it. I mean, that's the problem with things like Facebook and whatnot. You know, members of my family are like, oh, did you hear this? I'm like, yeah, I've heard the same sentence from someone else. I feel like you're all reading this shit from the same the same place. The game still has bugs. I mean, it wasn't offline. I mean, it was still online. Hence the server issues, I guess. But yeah, it was just, whatever. I just hope that armor and swapping stuff out is easier. Yeah, so if Starware is coming, you would like to think, and this hasn't been confirmed, that suit lockers would be part of that. In fact, didn't they say something about suit lockers much longer ago about wanting to get them in around this? I can't remember. But you would kind of hope that suit lockers are a thing, and the benefit of those is that you will be able to basically hot swap stuff fast. So you might have a suit locker and you put in, like that Army GDC Army outfit that medical stuff, sustenance in a backpack already set up. I will walk up to it, click on it, and it will either be an instant or a fade to black, which I doubt because they won't want to take the game away from you, especially online. Or maybe just a quick action of that swaps it up, and you will put the full outfit on. You're not just going to put on. You're not going to have to click on every individual item. It's going to be a complete switch, right? And you are wearing it. And the good thing is you might have it set up for EVA. You might, in case of emergency. That's where the EVA suits come from in ship emergency, places, because you might need to get into one. You might have one for FPS, for environmental exploration and so forth. It's all part of that, right? You was watching a video on Skyrim where there is a feature that if you put a bucket on the shopkeeper's head, you can rob them without getting into trouble. Apparently the devs never thought that people would do it. It very much is like Star Citizen. The amount of stuff that comes out of it that the devs are like, we didn't know you would try that. But that's why it's great having this kind of expanded QA with players. People really, really push it, right? Yeah, I remember them saying something about suit lockers and a specific patch. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Flood. At the end of the day, though, 410, it means 411, right? Because 410 was apparently the 411 patch, the September patch, until they were like, we need to bring in a bigger patch to fix things. 3. All is good, my friend. How are you? Azaran, fools and children, judge a job half done. We can compare what we have now to Hangar Simulator that we were given in Alpha 1.0. Some of the kids don't know the pain, as older ones had placing our ships in the hangar, our ships like hangar decorations in order to be able to climb into it and have a look around. I guess everyone is on their own journey with Star Citizen. And, coming from the days where we had literally just posts on the website to where we are now, you can look at that and be like, you don't know the trouble we had waiting a year and a half for any form of content, new content, during the 3.0 era and so forth. What we have now, as much as from patch to patch it can be a complete pain and broken, they are progressing. And you can see it every moment. They're progressing, and we get to follow along on the website daily, weekly, for better, for worse, right? That's the thing to remember as well. It isn't always going to be up and up. There's going to be a lot of knockdowns because they're doing something entirely different. Yeah. Maybe, like you say, just a double click, and the whole outfit is swapped on. Which, as much as my immersion, like, roleplay side of me is like, no, I'll still be able to do it that way if I wanted to. I'd love to see it, like, do a proper dress-up, you know, like when on Squadron, but it's not really plausible for a game. Online, anyway. Yeah. They've got $1 billion. It's like, so? What the fuck does that mean? Like, what? It's just imbecilic response. It's just knee-jerk reactions, right? It's I feel annoyed. I'm going to say something that really makes no sense. Well, I kind of feel like that's what it's going to be like with suit lockers, Sandman. That's probably what it's going to be like. Double-click and you put it on. But I do hope that there is some form of, like, animation. It doesn't have to be super long, but some visual, you know, I'm wearing this now, or I'm putting this on and taking this off. Could you imagine if they had to literally put it on like a real spacesuit? Like, you know, strips down, puts the undersuit on, zips that up, or wherever, well, however it works. Chest piece, legs. You'd be like, yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, we're kind of going back a bit. But forwards at the same time. Weird. I also know how you doing. Hangar gun turret test to the Pete. Yeah, just shooting down the Vanduul targets. Did they even have sound on those weapons? I don't recall there being a sound. Yeah, I have to turn them off, Dirty. And it's what's scary is it's the masses that say the same nonsense. It's one thing if it was like an individual here or there, but it seems to be the masses are all saying. I mean, I know for a lot of people say, well, what does that tell you? You know, means they're right, which unfortunately is definitely not the case. Like, if everyone's saying it, surely that's the case. Like, no. Scarily, no, that's not the case at all. I would love to see them one day tell us how many bugs and exploits the Alpha Pro... Oh, man. I don't think that... I mean, are they keeping track? They are working on a documentary, right? That's part of one of the rewards of early backing is... Well, not early backing, but one of the stretch goals, wasn't it? Is like a behind-the-scenes documentary, which there will be. I'm sure there'll be lots. You could go bowling. I don't remember bowling. What do you mean? Could you? I don't think I remember that. Don't give them any ideas, Korvax. Yeah. I mean, give them ideas as long as it gets put on the we'll prioritize that when we need it. That's all right. Do you think CIG has just been putting all that money we have given them in the bank? No, Chris has been buying yachts, according to the internet, right? You've just been waiting on killing yourself while using the suit locker in a room without life support. Yeah, funnily enough, life support is also on the 1.0 roadmap. So we haven't got that yet. The Y-axis on your VKB is failing? What? Is it fixable? Are we owned a Wing Chun studio at Fort Bragg? Nice. I love doing Wing Chun. It was such a fascinating martial art. It really was. Yo, Callan. It takes him like 4 hours to get the suit on and acclimatized. Yeah, could you imagine actually having the real immersion? Oh, driving the Grey Cat. Yes, that rings a bell. Was that when they got him into ArcCorp, or were you talking just specifically hangars? I don't really recall the bowling, but I remember driving around in one. Yeah, with Chisao. Doing all the forms. I love Chisao. Like blindfolding yourself and trying to feel the body weight and the intentions and so forth. So fascinating, it really is. I need some more water. I've run out of water. Let me just go get something to drink. I'll be back in a second. Ugh. It was in the hangar, was it? Man, I don't remember the bowling. Such a shame. Oh, flight mechanics. Flight changes. That's something we are seeing, aren't we? A lot of tuning and balance with, like, quantum drives and distance and stuff. Not that that's got anything to do with IFCS and control surfaces and flight changes. But it may have something to do with that later on. Monroe, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How are you doing? Exclamation DEF. How was your stream? And what were you playing? Were you playing Star Citizen Live or PTU? Daku, nice to see you, my friend. How are you doing? Thank you for the gift sub there. Beers and party, please. Ah, Foxhole. I've heard of that. I don't know what it's about, though. Yeah, it's definitely a good time to take a break from Star Citizen. I'm kind of like, well, I'm obviously still playing and making videos on it, but I'm not playing it like on a night time all that much, which is my way of telling whether I'm really into it or not for the time being. Yeah, what's it about? Yeah, thank you, Deku. When you coming back to play, mate? You taking a break as well? It's obviously too long, but I have had an obsession over the Gear Up StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty trailer, where Tychus Findlay gets put in his armor. It would be so cool. Yeah, I mean, if you watch the Squadron gameplay, where he goes to the locker and he puts on that, you know, simple kind of clicky thing and helmet with the visor that comes down. I would really like that, but it's got to be. It's. I guess they don't want to speed it up in a way that makes it look artificial. It's got to be real, right? So it's a real catch-22. I would like to have the option where we can see them visibly put it on, but that would be a lot of animations. I mean, of course they can do it, you know, per like armor type, but I guess that's not something that necessarily has to be done immediately. For Squadron, yes, it all has to be bespoke. For Star Citizen, it can utilize similar tech and stuff, but that can come later down the line. Bring more of that diversity with, like, walk styles and so forth. That doesn't have to be, like, for 1.0 necessarily. I think you're already in the org, aren't you, Daku? Holding out for Squadron. No, fair enough. What's that, Dirty? What's StarCraft? No, I actually don't play anything else, really, to be fair. Raz, thank you so much for the 39 months, my friend. Beers and party, please. Thank you. Yeah, the helmet, definitely. I mean, we already have it for the helmet. But one thing that will be very nice with I'm hoping, Starwear and helmets is, at the moment, we have the physical put your helmet on. But what we don't have, which we will get, is a boot up and shut down sequence for your helmet UI. So you put on a helmet by whatever manufacturer, it'll have a boot up sequence, like RSI, it'll boot up with their, you know, a bit like what we see in the demo for Squadron, where the visor comes down for the gunner helmet. And then it will give you the UI that is appropriate to that helmet. We're going to see that with pretty much all helmets, where you'll put it on and it'll have that UI sequence. That's if he was into World of Warcraft. You reckon he'll be playing Star Citizen? You should get in contact again. Oh, that had an entire animation, did it? And that was 2010. Yeah, it's definitely in Squadron. Definitely in Squadron, but I think with Star Citizen, it's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? Because a lot of people will be like, I don't want that. But it would be nice to have something that sells the idea that clothing is being put on. Yeah, that was, yeah, like you say, that when we saw that video talking about, in fact, I'll bring it up so you can kind of see what we're talking about. We've seen a couple of methods which, you know, that doesn't really count as how it's going to work, but that was one idea that was given to us, was this idea where it just kind of fades to black with Joaquin. So equip armor, fades to black, and now you're wearing it. That can't really be the way, because anything that removes you from the game, even for a split second, is dangerous. Because you're not gonna see people coming around, right? That's not. I don't think that's a good idea. But for the Squadron thing, oh blimey, where was that one? It'd be here somewhere. Is that it? Game 2024. Yeah. So this is probably too in-depth to be how it works. But I hope for something in between. But one thing to note is, firstly, he puts on, realistically, just kind of like a bulletproof vest, more than anything. And that's not what we wear in the PU a lot. You know, we have all sorts of armors, chunky armors as well. But the helmet, notice the helmet boot-up sequence. Oh, really? Okay, don't get in contact with him then. Yes, absolutely, Nemethon. A medic helmet, which will give you feedback about, like, helping you triage a situation would be so cool. So this I really, really like, where he physically grabs it. I mean, it has a bit of a fade because it goes into third person. Again, it can't really do that. But we need, because we might be stood next to someone when they're equipping armor, there needs to be something that kind of gives the impression, right? And then animated helmet. Visor drops down, gives you the impression that you are wearing a helmet. The program boots up, and then you are looking through that, and all the UI is there. I would definitely like more distinction that we are actually wearing a helmet as well, rather than it just being like this. I would much prefer to have, like there was a phase that we went through for a while where they would get scuffed and scarred, and I kind of want that back as an idea that, things are getting a bit messy. But no, that's a nice way of doing it. But yeah, they can't maybe do that for a game that's online where you might be changing something. It fades you away, or it takes you out of being able to break the animation so that you can at least defend yourself. Yes, interrupt. It cannot interrupt control. You always need to be in control and able to break the animation or whatever's going on in order to protect yourself. That is absolutely the way it needs to be. Helmet polisher. I'm sure that sounds a bit rude, to be fair. We don't need that role. Or if we do, we can name it something else. But when we have wear, biome accumulation, dirt, age, Craigie's down for that one, all that kind of stuff that is actually going to slowly transform a weapon or whatever, and if you're not looking after it, it will cause misfires. The idea that if you leave it out in the sand on a desert, you will find it and it will be, rusted. Could potentially be cleaned and brought back to life again after whatever process. We may actually need someone to be maintaining weapons and so forth. Well, true, Albright. Yeah, moments of vulnerability. But I feel like, as much as I kind of do like it in the sense that you are going to be vulnerable in certain situations, it makes sense. I feel like in a game, that kind of balance, or that, that slider between real and fun would be more towards fun for the sake of it not being something like if you get caught out because you're putting something on and it get transitioned into this sort of slow animation, you'd be like, that is ridiculous. Whereas if you had the option to break from the animation and not have everything equipped because you were halfway through putting it on, for example, like maybe the more items you're equipping, the longer it would take. But I don't know. I'm really intrigued to see what they do. And again, it could be this is a first implementation where it just literally goes pop. But we know Chris hates things just popping into reality and popping out of reality, right? He despises that stuff. So for equipping stuff, there's so many edge cases to making sure that it's right. And it all falls to the floor, as well as needing a moment's maintenance to be usable again. But it could be free much quicker. Yeah, I'm down for them like trying different ways to see how it works. Oh yeah, we aren't really doing that anymore, are we? 410. Chat and chill. Alright, that's a good call. We are definitely not doing what we originally set out to do. Yeah, Spunky. Yeah, Sandman says it was kind of... We tried and it didn't go well. I think it was mostly just desync more than anything else. We just couldn't do anything. I was stuck in my ship. Deacon was stuck in his ship. It was just a real mess, unfortunately. So I backed out and decided we would just carry on chatting instead. It felt a bit like, just blood from a stone. Well, it's not just a team game, though. It is an everything game. It is a solo game. It's a team game. It's however you want to play it. But I guess that in doing so, you are opening yourself up to more risks. You could be like, I'm just going to equip this. Could you cover my back? Oh, sure thing, Dirty. No, you're all right. Don't worry. And the StarCraft 2 trailer, is basically a full 2-minute suiting up sequence. Right, I see. Obviously, that exact thing would be way too much for Star Citizen every time you use the suit locker. But as far as the cinematic suit-up sequence go, it's peak. Some people think Iron Man. My brain immediately thinks Taika's trailer. I really do hope that we see some actual physicality to it. I think if Chris had his way, it would be... kind of maybe like the trailer, but yeah, there definitely needs to be that balance. We could, I don't know how many servers there are for the PTU. There could be more than one. Or it could have just been the server we were in causing problems, but yeah, that's a shame. Yo, Kobe. No, it's not starting. It starts an hour after my stream finishes, so it's only 4:45 right now. It starts at 7 PM here in the UK, so we've got a bit of time left. But yeah, we're going to get Summer ready for bed, and then we're going to come downstairs, and we're going to sit on the back step. Sun will be, pretty much on its way down over in that direction, but we're going to look at the shadows. I've also got my landlord coming over to look at a couple of things, so yeah. The eclipse. The solar eclipse. Or partial solar eclipse. But I'm looking forward to seeing that. Thankfully, it's not while I'm streaming. But yeah, what else could be coming in 4.11? I do feel like refining, the updates to refining is more likely. Hacking is less likely, but potential. Hacking is something that has been kind of in the works for a while now. So it would be cool to see that. Yeah, we're not going to be looking at... We don't have eye protection, so we're not going to be looking directly at it. We're going to be just looking at the shadow and seeing how that is impacted. Do you know, if Genesis does come, there's just going to be a ton of things to do. I wonder how it's going to work, because I get the impression that with Siege, they were maybe intending, maybe Siege or maybe it was more Reco, on having point patches with more content, because Reco's supposed to have an ongoing storyline, not just 3 missions in, 410 and then repeatable missions. I think it was supposed to be that, and then maybe more content as time, because they did say that we will see the story unfold. Did they say later through the year or something along those lines? Which is actually very likely a lot of the tech being used for the 1.0 story arc. The same sort of stuff about how mission givers will, come in and out of your life, I guess, as you're playing 1.0 and bringing you into places and testing different ships and game mechanics. So I think to start with, 410, like my guesstimate for how the patches are going to roll out, I suppose. 410 is going to be Reco, maybe even point patch, and then another point patch or another point patch before that, more storylines, and then I guess 411 September, 411 point patches as well with more content. Oh, which should you go for then, Yeti? You made a pinhole thing. Yeah, we might end up doing that. I mean, Rachel might have already done it, to be fair. When I went downstairs, I could see Summer with a little doggy backpack on, sat down playing. What's going on here? This is 400, 600 I hear. So they're not, like, totally set up yet. Yo, Red, how you doing? I saw the last full solar eclipse at Niagara Falls in 2024. Had a huge crowd. I bet that was pretty cool. Yes, exactly, Flood. Just sort of chapter-based with more content continuing to flow. But I think when they were, like, the monthly reports on the approach to on the approach to Battaglia stuff, it was talking a lot about tech that is going to be used for that 1.0 storyline. Wonko, how you doing? Welcome. Which is kind of how, the missions are going to come in and out of what we're doing. A bit like how, like Elder Scrolls or any of those forms of games where you've got the main storyline and then you've got these secondary storylines and sort of whatever you call it. I can't remember what the phrase is for it. Which I always end up getting sucked into and never complete the story. I'm just like doing side quests all the time. But yeah, this main storyline is to sort of onboard players and show them everything the game offers in small snippets. Like you go to Reco, it might be like this mission is asking you to go through to Nyx to see Reco because the person who you were originally working for is like, I can't show you anymore. Go see Reco in Levski and she'll walk you through the rest. And then you can earn ships from them. And I think they're using a lot of tech for that, where you've got a mixture between cinematic and in-game, like a lot of the stuff they've used for Squadron. And of course, Reco has supporting actors. And from what I've seen in, the first interaction with Reco, I don't know about Mission 2 or 3, there's not really any interaction from them. So it could be that they're coming later down the line, or it could just be that I've not done 2 and 3 and missed it. Ah, the NXTs. Only a year and a half old. I would contact them about that. I mean, I've been using my NXTs for like 2 years, and they're still in perfect condition. I would give you one, but I still need them, unfortunately. But yeah, they should last longer than that, surely. I mean, I guess being over a year and a half now, they're out of warranty, are they? You're hoping for a Genesis for Christmas. Car? Do you mean? Betting Mallorca is full today. Is that the best place to see him? Yeah, side quest, that's the one. I hope if you get in good with manufacturers, they'll let you test new tech, and some of it fails in dramatic fashion, so you need to work with what is left to get back. Also available for used parts, you know, all the like. Well, I keep hold of tech because I might need to do videos on them later, or one of mine might fail and I need something to go to. But yeah, talking of one that fails, flipping heck, one of them, who was it? It was like a real bad situation for him. FC Technologies, they made this, which is a really nice, you know, stick. It's a bit weird with the trigger and whatnot, but they made that, and then the company shut down because, or not shut down, but they got sued by, I think, VKB because they basically copied their stuff. I don't know if they've rectified that now or what, but I was like, I'll avoid making a video on that one. Oh, the Mega System. Was that Genesis? Was that called Genesis? Yeah, the Sega Mega Drive. Or the Master System. We had a Mega Drive. Yeah. Genesis is so much better. With Alex the Kid built in. Yeah, thank you, Wonko. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the sensor can probably be fixed. Not that you should have to do that, but a year and a half of play doesn't sound like a lot, especially if you're not using it a lot. I mean, if you're ragging it around in, you know, sweaty PvP battles, then of course, things are going to wear down faster. Yeah, Mega Drive, and then after that we had the Master System, which was a huge step up from the Mega Drive, of course. I think my brother's gone through, or not gone through, but has remained in a big nostalgic phase, and his gaming room is like full of all these old games. He still uses them, still plays them. Never played a SNES. There's this old Genesis game that I always talk about that nobody ever played called Kadash. It's if any old heads out there find a copy, be sure to pick one up. I've never heard of it. Mega Drive was better than the Genesis, though. Sure thing, Dirty. Thank you, my friend. You have a good one. I'll catch you next time. Oh, so Genesis was the Mega Drive. Right, okay, so the Master System was the... So wait, was Master System first, and then the Mega Drive was the second one? Okay. Yeah. I do remember Adam getting both of those and was playing it. Side-scrolling fantasy. Oh, what was that other one that they had on the Mega Drive? Where you had to fight side-scrolling goblins, potions, swords. Oh, man. It was a very, very popular game. I just can't think of the name of it. Golden Axe, that's it, yeah. That was a classic. I loved Golden Axe. The Sega versus Nintendo. Yeah, I was always Sega. We never actually went Nintendo until I got the... I mean, we didn't have the N64. I had the GameCube. That's Nintendo, isn't it? Yeah, my brother was a huge fan of Phantasy Star. I just watched him play. Phantasy Star Online. That had a real vibe to it. Altered Beast, that rings a bell, but I don't quite recall what that was. Man, there's some good old classics out there. I just can't play them these days, though. It just feels too old for me. But there were some fun ones. I used to just play a lot of the Resident Evils as well from like PlayStation. I think GameCube had Veronica, was it? A Raspberry Pi cased to look like a mini NES. Nice. Kayak, thank you so much for the gift sub. Much appreciated. Beers and Party, what's going on with my sub count? What's happened there? It's got some numlockies off. What was I up to? I didn't even notice. Yeah, it was either your friends had Nintendo or they had Sega. Some fun ones, though. Yeah, I've never played Mario Kart all that much. Not until more recent years, I guess. Well, as an adult. Everyone remember Hogs of War from the PlayStation? That had my brother and cousins cracking up. Yeah, I was Sega, well, Commodore, Atari. Not obviously when it launched. Too young for that. But we had, I think, maybe the Atari first, then the Commodore 64. Then it was... Was it Master System first? And then Mega Drive. And then PlayStation, I think. And PlayStation 2. Then Dreamcast. Was it Dreamcast? Yeah. And then PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. No, what was... Is it Dream? Not... I did have a Dreamcast. But it wasn't Dreamcast that I'm thinking of. Xbox. We had an Xbox instead of, like, PlayStation for a little while. But yeah, Dreamcast was fun. And now PC, yeah. End goal. A Binatone console to a Sinclair. Flipping egg, I don't even know what any of that is. I've heard of Sinclair, though. We were forced to have multiple friends. I remember going to a friend's house, well, my brother's friend's house, who had a PlayStation. They were playing Metal Gear Solid, and that was the first time we saw it, and we were like, wow. But my mum was very strict about 18 rated games, and you know, she marched us back as kids to a game shop and returned, I think, a game that we had rented or bought to the game shop, and told him that if he does it again, she will report him to trading standards. And we were like, fucking hell, mum, come on. Oh, was that just Pong intended? Oh, wow. Atari into NES, then Genesis. I preferred Genesis, then I got PC. So that's when you got into PCs. Wow. 2012 was my PC debut. Genesis, PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and Xbox. Yeah, 360. That was kind of... We had PlayStation 2, and then I moved out. I went and managed a pub and bought a PlayStation 3 cheap from a punter. And my brother took his 360. Well, he stayed at home and used his 360. And then we both went back to PS4, PS5. Mum, the killer of joy, yeah. That was an awkward moment. And then we got it PlayStation chipped and got all our games. Oh, that's a cool one. Flip. Oh, I do recall seeing that. Maybe it was like a cat boot or something. I don't know. Some fun old games. Do you know, I'm actually really intrigued by this joystick in Star Citizen. What was it they said? Let me just read this. I feel like those arcade games, like Hyper Vanguard Force and whatnot, are going to come to Star Citizen. Maybe 411? I don't know. It could be me hoping there, but... New rigging for collectible items. Oh, so who is this? Tech Art and Animation have worked on a fully interactive arcade joystick prop. A fully interactive arcade joystick prop. So it's a prop. Technically, that's just going to be sort of sat there, but it's interactive. You can use it. It's usable, which to me says it's got to be those arcade machines, right? And there's a lot there. Can anyone remember all the games, those 8-bit games that they made? There's Hyper Vanguard Force. There's a Karak game, right? Where you've got a... I can't even remember what you're supposed to do with that now. There were more, though, weren't there? Commodore 64, PC, then PlayStation 1, then Xbox, then back to PC. It's like, after all that, now I'm going back to it. Yes, roadmap tonight, Wonko. Roadmap tonight. I am super hyped for that. Although I do feel like it might not contain... If the roadmap doesn't contain Genesis, I'm going to cry. Even if it's coming, and if it doesn't say it, I'm going to cry. I've built myself up too much for it, and I regret getting so excited for Genesis and 4.11 that if it doesn't happen, I'm gonna be sad. But I'm a grown human, and I can handle it. You were just talking to your friends about the game Monster Rancher, yeah, on PlayStation 1. You would pop the lid while the game was running and put in music CDs or other games, and it would generate unique... Yes! Yeah, that was so cool, wasn't it? I mean, I never played it, but I know my brother was into that, I think. I think he played it, or he told me about it. Such a cool idea. Linkin Park. What a genius. Did you know the Grand Theft Auto CD... For what we... Grand Theft Auto on the PlayStation 1 was the top-down one, wasn't it? And 2, and you know, your brown bread, Grand Theft Auto London. And then it was Grand Theft Auto 3 that was the first one to become 3D, which was that PlayStation 2? But that CD for Grand Theft Auto 1 had an amazing soundtrack on it as a CD. If you put it into your CD player, like it has that, you know, the original Grand Theft Auto score, or the music from it. Such a great song. Trying to win Pico out of a crane machine. Do you reckon? I wouldn't turn that away. I think that's great. So the roadmap is basically, you know, with every patch that we get, you've got it's show. I can show you. Hang on. We get a roadmap update every fortnight, which tells us what is happening in each patch that we're playing, right? And this is the roadmap here. So basically, oh no, release view. It tells you each patch. So 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8. This is where we are right now. 4.8, 4.9. Sorry, this is going to release sometime soon. Then they will add 4.11 here tonight. So 4.11 will come here, and it'll tell us what they are planning to release in September, the quarter 4 patch. This is quarter 3. No, this is quarter 2. This was old. This is quarter 2. Well, kind of a mix between quarter 2 and quarter 3, because it's an additional patch. 4.11 is going to come here, and they'll release the video, the post tonight. Gotta make a move. Gotta make a mark to move where you want to. Grand Theft Auto. So I remember singing that and my mum being like, oh, what a classic. Yeah, Vice City. I mean, the 80s tracks. Very nice. Driving along in Vice City, listening to that. Driving along Miami, listening to 80s music. That's a vibe. Suspicious, how you doing? Haven't played for a while. Just seen an ensure contents button on the vehicle section. So basically, if you have put on crafted components, or, you know, high quality non-default components. So for example, you might want to put on a VK00 power quantum drive. You put that on, you then hit ensure, and it will allow you to then claim that back if you lose it with those items attached. You have to pay a little fee. You can always claim it back as a default option. But once you've insured it, you will be able to then claim that back. Yes. Yeah, not contents. Not yet, no. Just weapons and components. Yes, crafted items are insured, I think. But I don't know if... I mean, they should be across patches as well now, so that's good. No, I don't stream some streamers. It'll probably go live if it goes live. If the new roadmap update comes out before I, finish streaming, then yes, we'll talk about it and have a look. But chances are it might be later today, so there might be a streamer going on it. But I will do a video, most likely tomorrow, covering the roadmap update. So keep an eye out for that, and I'll delve into not just what's intended, but what it is to some degree as well. 1979 Nemathon. Alien will have just released, eh? Probably didn't get to see it until a bit later, though. You had it on repeat as well. Yeah, it's a classic, that. Yeah, Vice City should have some of the same stuff. GTA 6, because we're back there again. I am looking forward to GTA. Your first game technically was Turtle Graphics. Never heard of it. No. Yeah, cargo. So I don't know if that's cargo insurance or if it's just LTP. So if you steal cargo or find some, it should remain beyond patches, not necessarily insured. Although it was mentioned to be in 4.10, wasn't it? Mohawk, thank you, my friend, for the subscription. Beers and patty, please. Thank you. Generation X. Yeah, it's definitely got. They've definitely won the coolest sounding generation, right? You've got that on us. No, I feel like GTA's... I mean, I've always enjoyed any GTA game that came out for the single-player stuff. I will play through it in depth, but it will be short-lived. You know, maybe like a year or two, don't get me wrong, but once I've done that, I'll be like, whatever. But in the meantime, I'll be, you know, playing Star Citizen, of course. More than anything. I might stay up for like the launch. I probably won't. It's just not worth it these days with having a 4-year-old. It's not worth it at all. I need to be in bed by like 11 o'clock, otherwise I'm doomed. I'm doing good, thank you, Mohawk. Yeah, all good. How are you? Thank you guys for the hype train. Much appreciated, as always. You're scared for this one. Why? Oh, have you played it yet, Wonko? But I'm not worried about GTA. It's definitely going to be a great game. They always make great games. Pushing things a little bit further than the previous one. Not like massive leaps and bounds, but generally there's something very cool about it. But, you know, you could have said the same about GTA 5, and I feel like that delivered. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat about 4.10 and 4.9. I mean, I play 4.9 on stream with the org because that's still a lot of fun. And as much as, you know, based on the day and what we're trying to do, it's either going to work and be fine or it's just going to be a complete mess. But I still like doing that. Outside of that, though, I'm not playing 4.9 off my own back. I'm not doing my off-grid stuff at the moment. I am waiting for 4.10 before I truly get back into it. I'm excited for 4.10. You know, I'm going to start doing reco missions and grinding that. But yeah, how many other people are just sort of holding off for now? Oh, you've not even downloaded it? I mean, 27 quid for that is a bargain. Yo, Ice, you fall asleep at half. Yeah, as I was actually saying it, I realized that the time was getting further and further along. Now that we're having longish nights, I've been really doing the garden, and I've been trying to just sort of do as much as I can. So I finish streaming, go make dinner, you know, say good night to Summer, go make dinner, and then I'll work out, go do some gardening until Rachel's sort of finished doing her work or whatever she wants to do till like 8 o'clock, 8:15, and then we'll just have a cup of tea and chill out. And then usually I'll either come and play Star Citizen after, you know, she goes to bed, or go to bed, or do something else productive, you know. But of late, I've not really been. I've been wanting to play. I mean, in my head, I'm like, I really want to play, but knowing 4.9, I'm just like, I'm like, no, I don't want to. I wish we had 4.10 because I would jump in and play it, but we don't. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Star Citizen makes me feel like a child, and the excitement for every little thing. I love it. So, ship lockers and starware are what you're waiting for. Should change the game up if they include the restrictions on flying in armor. That's a good point. I wonder if they will do that with the drop of starware. If 4.11 brings starware, is that going to bring the restrictions of movement with medium and heavy armor? If the swapping of items and clothing using armor lockers is plausible, then it absolutely should. music takes a while. Hang on. There's like a really big 3-4 minute section of that song where it's just nothing. You hope CIG teams with Hasbro and make Star Citizen ship Transformers. You're pushing it now, Yeti. All right. Yo, Sorvik. Haven't played in a while now. Are you saying 4.9? No, I'm not saying 4.9 isn't worth it, to be fair. I just don't feel the draw. It's, for a lot of people, 4.9 is working absolutely fine. I've ran into enough problems in 4.9 to just not feel the draw to want to play it. But actually, it's not running that badly. There is still a lot of big issues, you know, coming out of 4.8 into 4.9. It's you know, there's still a few big ticket things that we're seeing potentially get fixed with 4.10, sorry. But I think if you want to play, you should absolutely play. It's not all that bad. But I think with what is coming in 4.10, I'm just kind of all right with holding off until that comes in. But, you know, like I say, we still get together with the org, especially for streams and play together. You played 4.9, did cargo, salvaging, and bounty hunting. Had a lot of fun, and yes, some bugs, but not as much as the past. Yeah, it's not in the worst place. But I just feel like I'm happy to wait for 4.10 now. You've been putting a lot of hours into 4.9 just rebuilding your bank account and getting blueprints. How have you found it working then, Lucas? Has it been running all right for you? I think if I do see Genesis on the roadmap, then I will certainly feel more of a whoop. Let's get back to it. Something I'd like to do with 4.11 is 4.10 is try and craft some of those super heavies so that we can use them as an org. Because from what I understand, it improves the damage mitigation only by a little bit, but not like massively to really warrant needing to do it. But also is it the temperature stuff? What did Atta do? Oh, is he one of them? Okay, fair enough. You had a bug where it took you out of the cargo screen when trying to click the cargo and moving the mouse around on screen, so you couldn't transfer it to the elevator. Was that like during a hauling mission, was it? You've been running commodities and have had too many bugs, like no ship spawning after loading. Yeah, I mean, I think, from what I understand, I know APOC was saying that cargo hauling or commodity trading is somewhat fixed in 4.10, where you should be able to do it with things like freight elevators working fine and so forth. So, fingers crossed. Yeah, he was really going at it with you mods. If you want to talk bad about Rockstar, let's talk about the union busting and crunch they forced on their devs. But in terms of their game being good, their games are good. Can't deny that. Yeah. People are weird. Alright, coffee time, I think. Let me have a coffee and a piddle. Oh. Which way is that going? Hopefully we get the roadmap soon. I'm guessing it's not here yet still. I would certainly love to see it before we finish. actually. What we will put on after this is that Genesis clip. $8:13. Is it? Are you sure you're not 1 hour off there? Because it should be about 7-ish, from what I understand. Yeah, exactly, Sandman. Any form of toxicity towards anyone is not welcome here. So, you know, don't do it, or be gone. It's as simple as that. Or did he come over there as well? He's trying. Don't piddle in the coffee. When I'm tired, you never know. We always get them from time to time. Edison, how you doing, my friend? Nice to see you. Don't get into it, mate. There's no point. We don't need to go down that road, do we? It's all just nonsense. But yeah, good riddance. Exactly, Nemathon. Yes, it hasn't come up yet. PIMAX. I've got the Dreamer. I've still got to use it more. I actually just shipped off the PIMAX Crystal Light to someone else. Don't know who they are. His name is also Ryan, but it's yeah, I had to ship that off to them today. So now I'm left with the Crystal Super and the Dreamer, and I'm still like this on it. I feel like I prefer the Super over the Dreamer, mostly based on comfort, which is weird because you would have thought the lighter version or the lighter option would be the most comfortable. But I prefer the quick and easy way of attaching the headset on the Super because it has like an arm, that like a lift up bit that you can slot it on and then fold it down. Whereas this, and with the stuff coming out the back, that doesn't suit my chair very well because it sticks out here and I can feel that drag. For this, I have to kind of like... I mean, that was quite easy. But it'll be interesting to see how it feels when... Like this is kind of... On the Super, it just came out the side. And it was fine. I think it came out this side. And I just sort of swing it round like this. I will probably end up doing the same thing, but I've got to play with it more to get used to it. But that's fine. That feels comfortable. But there's a little bit of drag there, so I've got to pull that there to make sure it doesn't clip. Like, there's... As light as it is, I can feel that. And I do wonder with these two back straps here if it's going to be rubbing on my ears, because I do have sensitive ears. I will put that out there. Any sort of movement on them for too long, it kind of, you know, like it just feels achy. But all in all, the use case for it, like the ease of use for it is great. It's so lightweight, you just sort of slip it on and you're away. But I don't know, I just feel like the Super is the Crystal Super's more your enthusiast one. If you're like really into VR, at the moment, that's the one you go for because you've got the option of the thingy engines. You're more in. One thing I do like about that is that I can look out the bottom, which a lot of people don't want. They want to be encased. For me, I quite like it because if I'm trying to find a keybind in a pinch, I can just sort of look down and grab it. Man, the trade-offs. The trade-offs of all VR is always just like, what you want, you know? It's hard to make a decision on that stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess it'll just be sort of some... Well, as soon as I finish, it'll probably be outside to have a look. The reason I stopped playing Fortnite is I lost too many ships to not spawning. Yeah, I believe there is a fix for that in the ASOP where it was displaying things as in the wrong state and not providing them. Hopefully that is a fix there. Ah, they've got their hands on the Steam frame, have they? Yeah, I should start hearing more about that then. Meteor shower after sunset. I'm looking forward to that. I mean, that's going to be quite late here, like 8:30, 9 o'clock, I think, before we see that. Yeah, the Super is... At the moment, I'm still very much like... Super is the one to go for, but I haven't used the Dream enough to see what its pros and cons are. But I feel like the Super at the moment is one that I'm happily to sit for 4 hours longer and play. The Dream Air, you would assume you could go for the same amount of time or longer, but we'll have a look and see how that goes. But my goodness, it is like otherworldly playing Star Citizen in VR. I just can't. I mean, even Genesis in VR is going to be phenomenal. Walking through a forest. Let's just put that on, actually. I'm always, as you can see, I'm always on this video at the point of Genesis because I've watched it so many times. Way too many times. Yeah, Squadron in VR. Man. Are you locked out of the game, Edison? What's happened? 3 months. What's happened then? Why can't you get in? Perseid meteor shower is the big one, up to 100 and 150 per hour. If you get somewhere probably dark. Well, I'll probably turn off the security lights, but you know, we're in a village and there is no light pollution. So yeah, I'm hoping we'll see it. But our back garden's got like trees and bushes, and we're kind of low down, so I don't know if we're going to see it properly unless we look out the window. What direction is it then? Do we know? No, I've sent it to you. I've sent the coffee to you, Deacon. What are you on about? You should have received it by now. Cream and sugar. Your character is stuck to a dead server and it's been 3 months. Customer support ain't doing anything. Flipping heck. What is going on there? I know AT is in the same situation. He said he's not able to get out. Different AT. Oh, the meteor's all over, is it? Okay. But northeast. Right. Thank you, Wonko. There's the guide. Yo, Bertie, you stopped in 4.8. It was unplayable. Almost gave up. Completely taking a break. Reinstalled recently, but not doing much. Yeah, I think... like, taking the break is what's important. I wouldn't want anyone to ever get to the place where they're just, like, pulling the plug completely. Because one thing that I do feel for those sort of naysayers, you know, it's a scam or whatever, is that they are missing out, right? They're missing out on an experience that I have never had from any other game. And I feel like if people give up on it, they're going to miss out on it. But taking a break, even if it's a long break, is the right thing to do. You know, no, the video's... yes, the video's muted. The video's muted because you can watch it for yourself if you want to watch it angry. Hang on, let me get you the video. This is a 2-hour live stream, 3-hour live stream from CIG a while ago. We've watched it multiple times personally. You know, most people here we're not sitting here watching it. It's just background image for to talk about and to just play something in the background while I'm chatting. But I do highly suggest watching it because this stuff, this planet stuff, could be coming in September. Man, I hope it is. It might not, but it was mentioned that they're aiming for that. Yeah, no worries. I mean, if you haven't seen it, do definitely watch it. But you've probably seen it, have you? Void, how you doing? Yes, exactly. You can play Star Citizen, get completely irate with it, and be like, you know, almost smashing keyboard. You know, not that I've ever said I'm never touching that again, but I get the sentiment. And then the next day, I'm like, oh, I really want to play it again. Yeah, nothing is quite like it, but taking the break is absolutely necessary. So that was Nix 2, by the way. a very toxic environment. In fact, let's just see what Will says about it.
It's not going to surface. I don't really know.
That's Nix 3.
Nix 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero.
Volatile, toxic, risk reward gameplay, dangerous, but something there to play with. I've never played it. I loved Alien Isolation, but I never played it in VR. I should probably go back and play that, because that would be quite fun. Why, Hero? Edison, have you just completely lost interest in Star Citizen? That's sad, mate. That's sad. I would certainly suggest just sort of keep on a break and wait and see what happens, rather than just sort of pulling the plug completely. Captain Avery, thank you so much for the gift sub. Much appreciated. You know, you're an OG, Edison. There will be a time when it's all good, but don't just pull the plug now. After all this time. Came back for ASD. Yeah, there's plenty of, you know, times to just sort of take a step back and wait for things to get further. And I know people have probably heard it over and over again, and seen no progression for themselves. Yo, Dado, how you doing, Diva? Oh man, I would feel bad. I'd feel sorry if you pulled the plug and just never came back. Yeah, environmental dangers. I mean, you know, Genesis is bringing all of that, though, isn't it? You've got biomes that could provide dangers in terms of swamps and things like that. You've got creatures, fauna, being part of Genesis. Weather being part of Genesis. Environments, you know, atmosphere. Oh, man. Missions, locations, points of interest, all providing potential dangers that you might want to approach on foot or in a vehicle rather than a ship. Yeah, you know, I think I am grateful that I've come from a time when we didn't have anything to play in Star Citizen, because it kind of gave me, and my content at the time as well was very much, we didn't have anything to play, so it wasn't around playing Star Citizen, it was around discussing it, and that's something that that's the whole reason I started my channel back in whatever year it was, is, well, the Star Citizen content, not the channel, that was with my brother, but the whole reason I started doing Star Citizen content was because nobody I knew has heard of it, or cared about it, or wanted to talk about it, and I wanted to talk about it. I wanted to put it out there and discuss it with other people. And that has never changed. The alpha I can leave or take, right? I can play it when it's good, not touch it when it's bad. And I'm okay with that, absolutely. Being here, talking about stuff, talking about what's coming, what we're already doing, and so forth, that's something else. You have to wear a man nappy for Alien Isolation. I don't know if if I was to play that, it would be on a night time when everyone's in bed. And I would absolutely wake everyone up. And I just can't. I can't. It was hard enough playing it without VR. It was a love-hate relationship with Alien Isolation. I really wanted to play it, but I knew loading it up, I started sweating. And that wasn't even in VR. Completely wrong, Red. They are capable. They are absolutely capable. They are proving that they're capable. It's just very slowly. Obviously, everyone can have a different viewpoint, perspective, opinion, and that's absolutely fine. But I've never lost faith in them. I know they will get there. I just know this stuff takes time and effort, and mistakes have absolutely been made, and more will be made, but they will get there. Port Olisar stairs. Oh man, yeah. 90s welcome. Oh my, yeah. You know, getting anything like 20 frames a second was a win. Yeah, them not helping you is definitely not okay. I am not justifying them not getting back to you, Edison. That is absolutely not okay, and you should continuously poke the bear and try and get in contact. But I wouldn't just pull the plug. Yeah, plenty of other games to play. The sun is shining, there is grass out there to be touched. It will eventually get there. Some patches are just better than others. And I'm hoping that this last patch, the benefit of having a really dire patch like 4.8 is it forces a shift in direction, which should hopefully pay off in terms of getting things playing again. But yeah, you know, the experiences that we're having as an org are mind-blowing, and I feel so bad for those just not wanting to do it, but I understand it. I think the last live stream of Siege really shifted. Yes, it definitely did. I think a lot of people saw that and misinterpreted it as they don't know what they're doing, but that's not the case at all. I think that was a very misinterpreted viewpoint. It's, of course they're going to be dealing with the same stuff. They're running on starcitizen servers. As much as frame rates might have been better and whatnot, they're still dealing with desync because the game isn't finished. That doesn't mean they don't know how to build their game. It just means they haven't finished building their server stuff and infrastructure. But I am glad that they are taking this new initiative to fix things. Do I remember incorrectly by thinking the website subscriber funds? Yes, it is for video content. Yeah. And you are in your own right to unsubscribe from that as and when you see fit, if you don't feel like it's being put into the content that you like. But this was definitely probably an Ollie test. This was probably Ollie's idea of, I'm going to do this, I think it'll be a good idea. Let's see how it goes. And it obviously didn't go well. And I'm open for them to try things and test things, and this kind of game dev stuff can be interesting. But it was definitely misinterpreted as even their private servers are buggy. It's like, well, of course it is. They're playing the same game. But that's where fixes are needed, and optimizations are needed, and the foundational tech is needed. But of course, if you feel that way, and it's you like the way you feel, the way any of us feel, if it isn't well, however, you know, whatever it is that you're feeling about it, you should act on that how you see accordingly in terms of whether you should be following, watching, playing or not. And that is the right way of doing it. And coming out of it and coming back later on is the right way to do it. I believe they rent the servers, don't they? No, probably not, Caltech. They can't achieve what they want with the current state of things because those things aren't finished. It's the server tech isn't finished. You know, the economy tech isn't finished. The planet tech isn't finished. That's why they're working on it, right? That's why they're still building it and creating it. If they released the game today with what we have, of course it's a work in progress. No, they're not physical. They are cloud servers that they use. Rule 7, are you getting banned? But of course, some people's patiences are wearing thin. And I mean, being here since the beginning, I see these things come and just, you know, constantly. Something happens, like 318. People completely drop off. They rant and rave about it. They say, that's it, I'm out, I'm never coming back. 2 more, 3 more patches down the line, they're back, playing it. Something else happens, same thing again. They back out. 3 more patches down the line, they come back. It's more the volatility, and people will be back. But if they, I think, and even if people pull the plug completely, the chances are they will be back. They might sell their whole account and whatnot and be like, I'm done, wash my hands of it. They'll be back again. Something will come out, something will release, and they'll be like, oh, okay, I'll come back. You are more than okay to feel that way, 90s. It's still a fact, though. It's still a fact. It's still an alpha. Irrespective of how long something takes. A time duration doesn't determine whether it's alpha, beta, or whatever. That just determines what state of development it's in. The time frame is so irrelevant to that. Of course, to some people it's like, it's been, you know, however many years. It should be finished by now. Maybe, but it depends on how difficult it is and how much it takes to make. It's a complex game, and I'm sure you're sick of hearing that as well, but it doesn't change the fact. Facts are the fact of the facts, you know, it doesn't... It's still the situation. How you deal with that, though, is your choice. Having a blast in Power World, absolutely the way to do it. It's not that they... I mean, yes, there's a lot of old code that needs to be stripped out. There is a lot of issues with server and desync that needs to be worked on and optimized. And that's what they're on with, right? That's what this initiative is for. But of course, like a lot of people, seeing is believing. We'll see how that goes when 4.10 comes out, and 4.11, and 4.12, and we'll see how it goes. And by the time those come out, if it's still in the same place, people will make their decisions based on that, of course. I'm not saying, you know, leaving the project is the wrong decision, because it's an individual thing. It's an individual approach. Like, people should if they feel that way. But I'm pretty sure people will be back when 1.0 releases. Yeah, you obviously, if you leave, it's a bit like seeing, you know, like I see my my niece every so often, and she grows so quick, whereas I see Summer growing every year. They're almost the same age. I see her growing every day, and the progress, her growth seems slower, but still stupidly fast in terms of, like, you know, how she's growing up and whatnot. But you notice it more when you're not seeing them as often, and it's the same with Star Citizen. Oh yeah, that stream was cringe, but we have seen many cringe streams from CIG. There's been so many. So Christmas stream for one. That was up there with probably the worst. It was just a bad decision and badly executed. And I'm sure they won't do it again. Vegas Vacation. I've not seen that. Go, Prince. It will definitely have an impact. If Squadron 42 doesn't perform well enough for the majority, it'll certainly have an impact on Star Citizen. But again, Star Citizen will eventually get there and speak for itself. It's just the time between now and then. There will be ups and downs with it. Yeah, they're going to make mistakes. Anyone trying to do what they're doing is going to make mistakes. And of course, everyone feels differently about how they accept or not accept how things have gone. And that is that, you know, you do you, guys. Always. Doesn't matter what anyone else is saying. If you truly feel a way about something, you should go with that. Citizen Sean, how you doing? After 4.8, I vowed never to spend a dime on Star Citizen, and they dropped a steel tech. It's too easy. Oh yeah, CIG's communication has been one of their biggest flaws over the years. Absolutely. Not stating stuff as soon as they could, or sooner, you know, as quick as possible. To some degree, recently, it's definitely getting better, but there certainly needs to be more prompt to it. It's just, I guess, in order to figure out what they're trying to say, it can take time. But really, I would prefer an immediate, like, we can see this is a problem. We're going to look into it, right? That sort of, even if it's like we don't know what the problem is, just letting us know that they're aware is important. But in the past, there has been a lot of downfalls with their ability to communicate with the community quickly enough. And that has been something that's been up and down throughout the years. And yeah, ideally, from my standpoint, I immediately want to know what whether they're aware of something, which to me, I always know they will be at some point, soonish, because that's what the issue council's for. That's why, we can contact them and so forth. But them acknowledging it and saying, we're aware of this, we're investigating, which they do quite a bit now. But yeah, the quicker the better, right? And the minute something happens is let us know. They don't have to explain what it is, what's happened, or what they're going to do about it, because they don't know. But just that immediate, we know something's wrong there, we're looking into it. It's fine. Yo, prisoner, how you doing? Well, no, they do take accountability. You see the stream with Jared and Benoit. That was just pure accountability of, we've let the ball slip. We've dropped the ball in this area. We need to do better here. But yeah, throughout the years, I would say communication has been one of their biggest flaws. But I wouldn't even say it's improving. It's up and down still. Sometimes we hear immediately. Sometimes it takes a bit of time, but it's better than what it used to be. Wingman's new shows? You mean Eric Peterson? Prisoner? What do you mean? His interview with Ben? You mean Ben Lesnick or Benoit? Yo, Paul, how you doing? Thank you so much for the donation there, my friend. Yes, looking forward to it. How are you doing? Are you watching it with some beers today? Do I think hiring Ollie might help? Not necessarily. I don't know. What was the purpose of hiring him to help with content? I think it could if they, I don't know what his purpose is. He's a great content creator though. That's why they hired him. So I'm sure he'll be able to find his feet in it. But yeah, is a community manager. Is that what Jared was doing then? So freeing Jared up to do something else. Or to do something else, I guess. No, I would say, yeah, it could have been... I wouldn't say Ben Lesnick and Sandy were the key contributors to communications. It was more... it could have been during the time that they were leaving. We lost a direct communication during the shows from those guys and the posts and whatnot, as they were very much on top of that stuff. So maybe that was the catalyst that caused it to drop, but they've slowly been bringing it back with things like Spectrum. The dev tracker and things. Oh, he hasn't been the community manager for years. Okay. He's the content guy. So he's still a content guy. Oh, community manager. I see. So I wonder if he's to be a direct link between us and them. Yeah, they've done these sorts of shows before where the devs play the game and whatnot. Yeah, Tyler's still there, isn't he? Yo, Hafu, how you doing? People in Northern Europe may want to grab their solar glasses if they have 85% solar eclipse coming soon. Thank you, sir. Have you got it, Yeti? Oh, is it 90% plus for us in the UK? Nice. Yo, Jedi, how you doing? Well, Yeah, you know, weirdly though, when you think about it logically, in terms of when they first started out, as us, the backers, you know, I don't know, 1 million backers, we were still very much idolized because of making it happen. And then as, you know, more people come on board, it kind of becomes more like we're all just contributing here. But I don't, it's kind of like spreading thin. You feel less valued because there are more people needing attention, right? It's a bit like you have more kids, that attention gets spread. They will feel less valued. I think that's more of the system that's kind of come in there rather than us being less valued. It's just kind of there's more of us. Tell us welcome. Thank you for following. Yeah, I mean, Jared is one of the more pinnacle people that we need at Star Citizen, because he is the one that is very much the voice of us a lot of the time. Not every time, you know, some things he says it's like, nah, not really, but for the most part, he is our voice, and he is like, right, this is a problem. What's the cause of it? Like, without Jared, we wouldn't get half the information we get. I don't feel that way at all, Edison. I don't feel that way at all. Yes, the anniversary went well. We did end up sleeping on the couch. I won't mind now, we've got a new couch. We went to a scarecrow festival, and we were looking around the scarecrows, but we went with my auntie as well, and they brought my niece, and there was 112 scarecrows. We got halfway through by the time we had to pull out and come back home, but it was a nice day. Well, I think Jared is that connection between the community and the more operationally focused. He's the one that directly brings in the devs necessary to speak about the issues that we're all talking about. And you know, with this part of this new initiative of bringing, shortening the gap between us and the devs and what gets fixed is very much needed. Space Ranger, how you doing? Mojo, welcome. 07. Oh, I'm sure Jared feels it. I mean, I feel it. Not from you lot, but the comments on YouTube, you know, of course, naturally, you're going to feel it when people are just continuously complaining. Some of it's justified, a lot of it isn't. You feel that, and Jared, being the face of Star Citizen, is absolutely going to feel that. He's going to be so tired of it, but I think at this point, he's built enough of a thick skin to be like, you know, to just deal with it. Because at the end of the day, as I've always said, it will eventually get there, and people are understandably angry and upset when things go completely tits up and when things get said that have already been said and nothing seems to change. Like, I get it. But as someone who follows it so closely, I see those changes, and I you know, you read about it, you see them coming in. I too hope that we get to the place where things are working properly. I'm seeing that change, you know, especially last year, where static meshing came in. That to me was like, okay, that is working. It's doing its job. Not with 4.0, but 4.0.1. So, to me, I know they're on the path, but the difficulty is navigating the now, between the now and that point of 1.0 releasing, and taking the breaks where necessary, and providing the feedback where necessary. Yeah, just autopilot when those messages come in and stuff, of course. They are. Is it a US thing? Does the US do like scarecrow trails? We were trying to figure out where they originated from, because I know Muston, which is a village in the UK in Yorkshire, that has always had them, but I don't know where they originated from. Yeah, people should definitely get better support. You know, you're not the only one that's not having their ticket. There's someone else as well who's got their, you know, not had their ticket answered for, what was it, 3 weeks? 80 was it, something like that? No, sorry, 3 months. That should be dealt with. People shouldn't be left hanging for so long. It is irrelevant with how much money you spend on it. It shouldn't matter. It's about getting in contact with the people who are locked out of the game. And they said, if you are unable to get in, let them know, because that is a priority to them. So to say that you've been, you know, hanging on a reply for that long is terrible. Oh, you've never heard of them before? To be fair, though, the majority of the scarecrows aren't actually scarecrows. They're made of, like, paper mache. So it's like, you're bending the rules here, guys. Did the ancient Egypt have scarecrow festivals? Well, yeah, maybe like corn maze. But they're not like Halloween-y or anything. They're not meant to be scary. They're just like, build a scarecrow, theme it, and then you get to walk around the village and see them. So you logged a ticket last week and it was resolved the same day. Interesting. I wouldn't blanket assume that streamers play more than CIG do, because, you know, CIG, at the end of the day, it's their work, right? And don't get me wrong, it's my work as a streamer, but a lot of streamers are going to play more because they sit for hours on end just playing Star Citizen, so naturally that makes sense. But there are many at CIG who play Star Citizen a lot. But I'm sure there are many that don't. So it's never a blanket of this is a fact. It is probably very much grey areas to that statement. There is a certain expectation from backers when CIG is running a live service. We are being totally ignored from any clear communication what's going on. We're not being ignored by any means. I don't agree with that at all. Good morning, Craig. Oh, Craig, welcome. Keep me at the Scarecrow Festival. I wouldn't surprise it. Wouldn't surprise me if they did. The UK tradition. Is that the actual? I'll open that. Thank you. Yeah, there are many CIG devs do play the game, but I'm sure not all of them do. Some of them, like you look at Will Hain, for example. Not that Will Hain plays the game, I don't know, but you can truly see the passion that he has in doing what he does. You've got a workforce of 1,100 people, right? You're going to have some people that are, it's just a paycheck. Some people that are truly dedicated to their craft, like Will. Others who are dedicated completely to Star Citizen because they maybe were backers to there's just too many differences and facets to individuals. Do they all play the game? No. Do some of them? Yes. It means nothing really, you know. And yeah, what this new initiative is hearing from us, every one of us, about, you know, this is why whenever I do a video about maybe a PTU patch or a stream, I like whenever I do a video about certain patches, I will ask in Discord and in YouTube when I do a video, I'll ask for them to put in the comments what their experiences are, because CIG Watch, it's a great way for them to get a lot of feedback at once. And it's not just, you know, what is my experience? It's not just how am I finding it as a streamer, as a backer, whatever. It's I want everyone to put in the comments their experience, because that's what helps CIG find what the common problems are, or the more serious problems are. And that's important, I think. If I'm discussing a certain build, like this latest PTU build, and I might say, how is it for you in the game? Let us know. I'll ask in Discord before I make a video to hear what other people's thoughts are on 4.10, to get a broader idea of just my experience. Because one thing that I have certainly noticed is everything could be working great for me, but for many others, it is a complete mess, or they can't even get in game, and vice versa. So it's like, just listening to one individual streaming isn't the right approach. Like, that's why I love hearing from you guys. Welcome, by the way, Vulcans. People telling me what they're like. Howard's mining for you? How is Battaglia for you? How is Siege of Orison for you? It's important that that information is brought to the forefront in the comments because CIG is watching. They might not be here chatting with us, but they're watching. They take that information in. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot in Star Citizen. If something isn't working or doing what it should, definitely move on to something else. Absolutely. Anyway, I need to finish now. Anyone who likes the game's objective and wants to see it succeed will naturally support the game. Not blindly, but through constructive criticism, reporting bugs, and helping players who are struggling. Yes, absolutely. And sharing the issues and the problems. Right, I am done for the day. What are we on? Wednesday. No roadmap update yet, unfortunately. That should be coming sometime tonight. We will see what it brings. My fingers are firmly crossed for Genesis. It might not say Genesis. It might add it on later down the line if they're still unsure, or it might not come at all. But I'm really hoping so. Yeah, it does certainly help for that, Telesfor. And I mean, at the end of the day, there are plenty of people who maybe used to watch me who are like, no, I need someone, you know, who complains. I don't know. I'm picking on people, but there's a content creator for everyone. And if you don't like my approach or agree with my perspectives, that's fine. You can still hang out and we can communicate and share our perspectives and help discuss and whatnot. But there are plenty of other streamers and content creators to watch that will probably share your perspective more than mine. And I think people should absolutely watch that. So, yeah, that's the way it should be. That's logical, right? Anyway, tomorrow's video will be covering the roadmap for sure. Whatever it says. Hopefully Starware, Genesis, suit lockers, anything else. We'll know. We'll see. But yeah, it's just a matter of seeing what 4.10 brings as well. Don't know when that's going live. Today was definitely not a good experience, but that could have just been the the server that we were on causing problems. Who knows? Ferk, how you doing? Trade on Friday. Thank you, Deacon. Yeah, so 4.10 patch tonight. Roadmap update tonight. No idea when it's coming, though. Right, let me pass it on to somebody else. We have Space Tomato. Doing all right, though. So we'll maybe find one of my own lot to pass it on to. Thank you, Telesfor. Much appreciated. Is Sun Devil live? Should we send it his way again? I think we should. Yeah, don't forget about the eclipse if you're in an area where you can see it. It is happening for us very soon, I think. If not already underway. Oh, I need to press raid. Anyway. And yeah, I'll see you all on Friday for the trade meet. See what the PTU is like by then. Not necessarily playing it, but we'll see what the latest patches bring. With that, though, enjoy your evening. Enjoy the eclipse. And I'll see you all very, very soon. Where's my end screen? There it is. 07. Much love, and bye-bye.